All right. Peace, Black Power. I'm a Mighty Wisdom. This is Six Dynasty Media. And y'all already know what it is. We've been talking about this particular event for the last 2 weeks. It was supposed to have been a debate, but as y'all can see, everybody is in the building but the ones who put out the challenge. So, the show must go on. We're going to do what we do. And I'm going to allow these brothers to take over the platform and give y'all the information that they have prepared for this particular conversation. So with this, at this point, what I'm going to do, I'm going to allow these damn, the views went up crazy. I'm gonna allow these brothers to go ahead and introduce themselves one by one. Peace to the panel, and you brothers have the floor.
Peace.
Peace to the brothers.
My name is Abdul Wajid. Who else we got on there?
Got me up in here.
We got my brother Chuck up in here. Who else we got?
Yeah.
What's up, brother Michael here?
What's up, brother Mike?
Peace.
Peace. Anybody else up there?
I see Tariq's here.
Yeah, Tariq Noel. Peace. Peace, everyone.
Tariq, what's going on, little brother?
Yeah, true peace. It's Tarnoon up in here. True peace to everybody on the panel in the chat room.
Okay. So we ready to get into this, right?
We live.
All right, look, so my name is Abdul Wajid. Like I said earlier, my name is Abdul Wajid. I moved into Mosque in 83 to 90. I moved into Mosque. And pretty much, why am I talking on this panel with Chuck Morgan and the rest of the brothers? One is my daughter, my oldest daughter, she does social work and she works with a lot of children that's been abused and got issues and stuff like that. And I'm really clear on how they ain't got no voice. I'm really clear on that. And like I said, I never really met Chuck face to face, but I checked the rumors that I heard about Chuck. You know what I mean? People were saying that, he did this, the porno agent and all that. I know brothers that was in the DC mosque and all that other stuff like that. And nobody confirmed none of that negative stuff about Chuck. So I looked into that. And I listened to him often on numerous challenges that he had put out against brothers with the Nuwaubians movement and stuff like that. And and nobody was able to debunk him or rebuttal what he was saying. And personally, I know some of the victims. I mean, that went through and are still going through, the challenges they're going through with the issues that they had confronted while they was in the mosque. But I want to say this too, is that a lot of brothers and sisters are numb, that was in the mosque with the time I came in the mosque. I come from the Ansar days, we Ansar June day. Brothers, we on the train begging and doing all this other stuff and sacrificing, putting our whole 100% into trying to build a nation. Now, a lot of these brothers and sisters, they pretty much, they numb. They feel stupid. They feel in disbelief that the whole shit really fell apart. And a lot of them right now, who I know, which is a lot of different brothers, they successful doing what they're doing now in their own right. But of course, a lot of brothers are casualties of what took place while they went in that journey. You know what I mean? Now, when I see these young brothers and sisters now, they ready to sacrifice to build a nation, to build their dreams of that black utopia, just for it to be deferred, and it saddens me. You know what I mean? So I meditated before I even entertained to call Chuck or even go through this with Chuck on this call right here, because I got mad love for some of Doc's children, and some of them probably have mad love for me who know me, pretty much. Now, a lot of people who are new in pertaining to what's going on, pertaining to the journey of Dr. York in the community, a lot of them are new and they're looking at each school as a different school that took place, so forth and so on. Now, like I said, I wasn't a part of the Nuwaubian nation and all that. I bounced before that, but as soon as they started doing the cowboy shit, I bounced too. When we was on Jesse Ave and all that, getting into that cowboy shit, I bounced too. But the reason why I left, because I got into me and a couple of brothers clashed. Matter of fact, the brother, the captain of the military, we clashed. I'm not gonna throw no names out on brothers, but Me and the brother clashed because something Doc wanted us to do pertaining to taking care of his brother. You know what I mean? And I know the brother kids and all this other stuff. So, you know, one thing led to another, you know, it got real intense. So instead of it getting to the point where it got, you know, too tragic and bloody, I said, let me just bounce, man. Because I didn't want that on my hand. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, you know, I was around Doc a lot of times, a lot more than a lot of the brothers that came in when I came in. You know, I worked in the Hall of Knowledge. Of course, I pedaled, you know what I mean, day in and day out, you know what I mean? And I also was on the Mujahid, you know what I mean? And when I hear brothers talking about they wasn't, you know, it never happened when brothers didn't make their quota and didn't get knocked upside the head, I was one of the brothers knocking niggas upside their head. and I don't feel good about this. So I feel like right now I'm letting my piece out. I you know, it was good brothers that went out there and put their best foot forward to try to do what they had to do. But at the end of the day, you know, if they came up short, they had to get knocked upside the head. You know what I mean? And what a lot of people don't understand, it ain't clear, is this: when you were part of the inner circle, and somebody else, a couple of these brothers like Chuck, I think Mike, y'all probably been a part of the inner circle. So you know, being a part of the inner circle, you get a whiff of shit that happens before everybody else get a whiff.
That's right.
What takes place and shit. You know what I mean? So what happens is, being in the inner circle, what happened is, for example, is like, if somebody's gonna get kicked out, you probably know before everybody else that's paddling and doing the regular day-to-day shit like that.
That's right.
If somebody's gonna get transferred to a new mosque, or if somebody was gonna run a new mosque, you get all the information. You know what I mean? If somebody, you know, depending on who you know, if somebody in the family or friends that got in the inner circle, you know, most people can't hold a bucket of water. If somebody find out, yo, Doc is fucking somebody's wife, you know, at the end of the day, you know, it leaks out. You know what I mean? So that's how stuff was leaking out and stuff was getting done. Even like I can tell you one time I was up in the mountains up in Jezi Abba when Jacob told another brother, like, yo, my father got these pink Panther stuff in his room and he's watching these crazy videos and stuff like that. He told another brother, brother told me this. I was like, oh shit. You know, I just said, oh shit, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, you know, what's going on here right now is so refreshing, man, to see brothers, you know, stepping up, because like I said, a lot of brothers don't want to say nothing because I don't know if they're afraid or they just want to leave that chapter in their life behind them. But at the end of the day, it's like, we who walk that walk, we know that, you know, at the end of the day, a lot of bullshit happened, and to the point where the shit is happening now, it's only because of the bullshit that was happening. You know what I mean? And pretty much is it a cult or something like that? If you ask me, to me, it's a cult. Do I think people was under a spell? Yeah, I think people was under a spell. You know what I mean? Because I had spoken to different people about, you know, older brothers that told me about Doc and his brother going to Africa and having conversations about this and that. Now, these are older brothers that influenced me before I moved in, and these brothers left, and all these stories about he was 7 feet tall and all this other stuff. All that shit was a bunch of bullshit, because the cats that was telling me that shit, you know what I mean? When they left, I asked them again when I ran into them, yo, did the man grow 7 feet tall? They looked at me and laughed. You know what I mean? So it's like, you hear all these weird stories about all these miracles and all this other shit. None of that shit really happened, man. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, man, we got to look out for these new brothers that's, you know, trying to, you know, do something progressive and need, you know, they got to, you know, they're trying to build on or cling on to something that they can evolve and grow and be a part of. We got to make sure they clear that now. Information is available right now. A lot of shit couldn't be disputed before. You know what I mean? This shit could be disputed before. Before we took shit on face value. I used to go to the Fifth Avenue Library. Sisters being there with shopping carts of books. I'm talking about shopping carts of books. So the man was doing his research. He was researching. He was doing pledging a lot of books and stuff like that. But he was doing his research. But at the end of the day, he didn't get a credit to the people that wrote the shit. And at the end of the day, if you had 76 trillion years of knowledge, you can't be sitting in no motherfucking cell if you got 76 trillion years of knowledge, because you're supposed to decompose every fucking cell in your body and atom and get the fuck up out of that piece. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But, you know, like I said, stories of brothers, it's like, nobody can't come to me. Listen carefully what I'm telling you, bro. Nobody can't come to me and say, niggas' wives wasn't getting fucked and all that shit like that. I know the niggas that was getting fucked. And I know they wives that was getting fucked personally.
That's right.
I know them. So don't come to me with that little meatball mayonnaise bullshit. I know this shit happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know brothers that came up. I'm talking about one time a brother came up to me. I'm coming back from the store. The nigga, he's walking down. He's about to go to the little bodega store. And I say to the brother, I said, yo, why you looking all weird? And he said, oh, man, walk with me. So I'm walking him back to the store. He said, I was just about to get with my girl, and she told me she just finished fucking to die. And I'm like, oh, shit. Now, we done seen all this shit happen like this. We done seen brothers, you know, fall in this, what you call. Now, the thing is this is funny to me like this. Look, it's like, if you writing books and plagiarizing the books and all this other shit like that, and if you fucking people wives and shit like that, what the fuck do you think people gonna be loyal to you about then? If you ain't loyal to us. Now, just like when Elijah Muhammad was messing with them little teen girls, the nation, the women was looking at them little chicks like that, a bunch of whores. Like, yo, that shit ain't going down here. But this shit was like an absolute dictatorship shit. Once you confront the man, it was like, no. And we know the sisters, I know personally the sister that was setting up and bringing the different women to his camp. Don't front like this shit wasn't going on, man. I'm like, why these older brothers ain't schooling these young brothers? Like, yo, niggas, take that shit and throw that shit in the water right now, bro. This shit is over right now. The fat lady's son.
Yeah.
It's over right now. And like I said, I'm close with a lot of the family, but like I said, at the end of the day, I sympathize for the victims right now. Mm-hmm. I sympathize with the victims right now.
Yeah.
So, you know, just picture what they going through.
Hell yeah.
Picture what they going through, man. You know what I mean? And it's like, nobody don't fucking believe you. Listen, man. Listen. Look, his kids told me they pull trains on women. What they father? Come on, man. Don't fucking play with me, B. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've gone for days with this shit, man. And just to hear some. This ain't no hearsay. This first-hand shit, Playboys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This ain't no make-up macaroni shit, 1 minute shit. This is real shit, man. Playing with people's lives, man.
Sure.
This shit is over, B. Them cats ain't gonna come on a debate because them niggas is shaking like Elvis, man. You know? But I don't want to just run on the floor. Anybody got something that they can?
No, you good. You good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Because it's pretty much look, another thing, like whoever's brothers, when you move in there, when I'm moving in, I was in Shabbat, right? You're supposed to be in Shabbat for like 3 to 6 months, but you're in Shabbat, you're going through. Now look, Shabbat's supposed to be like you're in the military. You know what I mean? You're on basic training and shit. But then when you get out Shabbat, you move in the brothers' quarters, and you're sleeping on a big fucking door with crates and books and shit under it. You know what I mean? And then no fucking hot water.
That's right.
Some motherfucker would tell me it was fucking hot water in them buildings, man. You know what I mean? No fucking hot water. A nigga petition for electricity or some shit like that. Oh, these motherfuckers are rebel rousers. Are you fucking crazy, man? Your wife walking around with fucking 24-karat jewelry around their motherfucking neck and niggas is starving, B? You go to the land up in Jesse Apple, every time I go up there, niggas, yo, you got any money for me? You got money for me? The fuck grown-ass motherfucking man can't feed his fucking self, B?
Yeah.
What type of shit is that? Then you go out to Edenton, same shit. You go out there, I see brothers, grown fucking men, talented brothers. Yo, give me some money. We ain't got nothing. We starving. We fucking starving. And this motherfucker got millions of motherfucking dollars. Don't play with me, Playboy. I don't hear none of that bullshit right now.
That's right.
Niggas, women walking around gold jewelry, all this extra shit on, and motherfuckers starving. What type of shit is that? What type of love is that?
Yeah.
Motherfuckers starving, grown ass motherfucking men. Niggas at any drop of the dime ready to give a fucking life for the nigga.
That's right.
And he fucking ain't wives. And he fucking ain't kids. Man, yo, Playboy, this is for real right now. Shit is for real right now. This is real. No, let me tell you something else. Before the nigga got knocked down, fucking Jacob called me on the phone and told me this shit was gonna get knocked down. Jacob called me personally and said, yo, I can't go for him fucking the kids. I ain't mad at him with taking the welfare checks and fucking the Mookmanoons and fucking the people wives, but him fucking with the boys, yo, I ain't going for that. I ain't going for that shit. And bam, a month fucking later, 2 months later, the nigga get canned like a motherfucking can of sardines.
Yep.
And that's for real.
Damn.
So this ain't no fucking second. I ain't gonna get up there and be debating with no motherfucking clown ass niggas who was never in there. Didn't walk the dogs like we walk the dog. Cause you in there now, nigga.
Yep.
Fuck out of here. That dumb shit, man. Shit is real right now. Motherfucking people's lives is fucking being destroyed, trying to be rebuilt and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We was young, we was gullible. The man was putting out shit we got excited about and all that shit like that. But at the end of the day, the shit turned to be sour fucking milk, B.
That's right.
Sour fucking milk. And anytime somebody challenge or ask a question, oh, they slandered, they took, man, shut the fuck up. Fuck out of here, you fucking clown. The fuck you think this is, man? Motherfucker, you ain't no fucking kids. We grown ass fucking men. We know grown ass starving boys. I know brothers in there who kids got fucking molested and got fucking what you call that shit? Hepatitis, what that shit called?
Oh, herpes.
Herpes and shit like that. And they won't get on here and say nothing. I just I talk to all these brothers. They want to forget about all this shit. But the shit is fucking real, B.
Yep.
The shit is real. And that nigga, what the fuck are they scared of, me? Fuck is they scared of? You live in separate quarters for a long period of time. If you want to fuck your girl, you gotta wait for she get on the pass to go outside.
That's right.
On the pass, you meet at the hotel. You find a little spot somewhere. And you try to come on. We did
Green
all that
room.
shit, B. And don't tell me that shit wasn't true, B. We did all that shit.
That's right.
Come on, B. And motherfuckers turning their welfare checks, turning everything, turn their vehicles in, all that shit. Get the fuck out of here, B.
That's right.
Grown ass fucking men now, B. Don't tell me about building no motherfucker. Using the motherfucking military, at least they give you a fucking check and some fucking benefits, B.
Yeah, no dough. No dough.
Fuck out of here. And then they're gonna get mad about somebody, having an opinion about what the fuck is going on. Like we a bunch of little fucking kids. Now you got a whole new breed of young little tough little motherfuckers. Now they on some like, oh, we was on that, we died for this shit too, B. That shit ain't new to us, B.
That's right.
That shit too. But at the end of the day, the shit turned out to be sour fucking milk. Yeah. You know what I mean? So wake the fuck up, B. Because right now, you know what I mean? If it was if any of them niggas, if it was they fucking kids that got motherfucking in no predicament or they fucking wives, they wouldn't be singing that fucking song they're singing now. Like, oh, he's supposed to do this from this fucking ancient text and all that. Nobody don't hear that shit, B.
That's right.
You cross the motherfucking line. It's man to man, nigga. Man to man, gun to gun, nigga. That's what it is. You cross the fucking line, B. Nobody don't hear that backwards bullshit right now. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm getting too hyped up. I gotta calm down.
You understand? Yeah.
Yo, Chuck, if I could piggyback real quick. Yeah, I could, attest to a lot what the brother's saying. Myself came in 87, 88, lived in Philadelphia, New York, Miami communities. And I could attest to a lot of ass whoopings went on when you didn't make that pimp money out on the streets. I myself participated in a lot of those ass whoopings. Brothers falling asleep on guard. In addition to not making any money, you had to get an ass whooping or you had to leave. I was also there up until, like I say, early 2012. Went through all of those schools. Was in the rotating triad. Was the master over the Southern Masonic jurisdiction bullshit. And I was working on, those that know me know I worked on many aspects of the case, the librarian thing, a bunch of other shit. Up until early 2012, I was actually visiting him. Up until early 2012, and what kind of fucking baffles me is, like the brother said, for a lot of that stuff, and they'll use this justification, only based on the spoon-fed shit that they're getting from everybody else. Like before, somebody was typing in the chat room, and I was trying to address them. They keep using this bullshit, bogus excuse. Well, the case was sealed. Because if the information got out, the truth would have got out that he was set up. Most motherfuckers have no clue why the case was really sealed. It was sealed quite simply because there was minors involved. And at any point, York's attorneys could have requested a redacted form of the entire case to be put out to the public. He never did that because you would have seen the actual people that testified. See, they don't want to address that shit. Every Nuwaubian will keep saying the same shit. Sealed because they don't tell the truth how he was set up, and they have no evidence to support it. The fucked up thing is everybody acts as if they only talk about, brother Tariq, his sister. They act as if you go into the PSI that Chuck posted on his website, you will see a list of 20 victims. and their names. And all you have to do is simply ask a Nuwaubian, did you talk to, and that's only 20 of them, there's more. Have you talked to any of these victims personally and got the information? Because they'll sit there and say, oh, this is all, hearsay, can't be proven. Then there's this other bullshit. Everything's a fucking conspiracy. Oh, he was set up. Just like with Princess York. Okay, we told y'all on the last show, if you go back and listen to it, I know Princess York, aka Quincy Richards. I used to pick him up as a baby. My son, who's sitting right next to me, used to play with him on the land at Tamaray. He was 4 years old when his father got arrested. We told y'all that in the last show. This Negro knows nothing about the Ansar days. He sits there and puts these videos out that he knows all this shit took place. How the fuck you know all that shit took place and you were only 4 years old when your pop got arrested? You 19 now. So you basically going on stories you heard. And then you saw him a few nights ago before he got arrested on Sonetta TV, how he was sitting there trying to buck dance around how old he was because it would have exposed him for a fraud. How the fuck you 19 years old and you talking about, oh, back in the day, we used to go flipping people's tables. Nigga, I used to flip people's tables. You wasn't even born when that shit was going on. When we used to go flipping people's tables for bootlegging the books and all that shit. So the credibility is there. And people want to sit there and say, oh, don't judge, don't judge.
Oh, okay, Mike, not to cut you off. I got locked up for doing that too.
Flipping tables.
I was in there, just letting you know. Yeah.
Yeah. We used to go around the boroughs. If you weren't in the community and you had a table set up with books and you were not in the community, we would go up to your table and flip your shit and take your shit and give you a beat down in broad daylight, nighttime in the subways. It didn't matter. All this shit did go on. This shit is a reality. People act like it didn't exist. They act like, oh, this is all hearsay and they want to ignore it. But you can't ignore that shit. And most importantly, the shit is about the victims. This ain't even about, and you cannot debate the Nuwaubian doctrine without talking about Dr. York. They always give you this bullshit. This is a funny tactic. They always give you this bullshit. Oh, all we want to do is attack York personally. But how can you not conversate about York when every other comment out of their mouth is the master teacher said this, Partner Bab Yanun said this. So right there, you are obligated to address York because he is the central figure to your entire doctrine. You cannot debate Nuwaubian doctrine without talking about Dr. York. And if you are a Nuwaubian, I heard some crazy ass shit. If you are a Nuwaubian, you automatically side with the fact that York is innocent, which makes you obligated to the fact you have to prove his innocence. I heard that dude that backed out of the debate, Nuwaubian assassin, say on one of his videos, I'm not interested with the facts of the case. I'll leave that up to the legal team. Really? So you operating on blind faith. You're going to leave the complete facts of the case, a man that you so upset with Chuck Morgan about that you called him out and wanted to debate with him and didn't show up. The very man that you go around talking shit saying anybody that talks about the Nuwaubian family, they're going to be dealt with. Well, anybody that supports pedophiles and innocent children and women, they're going to be dealt with. You understand what I'm saying? And this is what it's really about. It's about victims, the women, and it's about the children. So you can't sit there and say, why do you always attack York? We don't attack York because these Negroes get personal first. And then when we respond, then it's, see, they can't do anything but this. All they want to do is attack York. Well, you cannot discuss this doctrine without talking about Dr. York. That is literally impossible. If that's the case, then don't even bring the man's name up, which you cannot do. And if the only source you're going to verify, when we're simply saying when it comes to doctrine, verify your sources outside of York. And then here comes the classic answer. We know all the program responses. Well, I know who the master teacher is. We heard the shit you was talking about earlier, brother. Well, yeah, I saw him go 5 to 7 feet. I saw him call the crafts. Well, my wife at the time was up there on Jezza Ave, and she got a whole different account of that shit. That's a whole nother story. But here's the difference. How does that make anything different if you're going to sit there and only validate your evidence by you know who the master teacher is and all these personal stories about what you saw him do? How does that differ from a Christian who claims they're healed, their pastor laid hands on them and healed them and communicates with God? Are you going to tell that motherfucker that they lying? Is that justify that their doctrine is correct? Because if your only support to your information is Dr. York is the source, and I heard the brother Earl say it when he was debating with Chuck several times, Dr. York is the source. Well, in the intellectual community and the scholarly community, that doesn't fly because the burden of the proof is on the person making the claim. If you are making a claim on anything, you are responsible to back it up. That's how it works in the intellectual community. Okay, it doesn't, if you're going to be part of a cult and operate on faith, I don't understand how it differs and how it's not faith. So bottom line is all those things went on. we were there not just for some of the stuff that the brother's talking about. I worked on that case, and it amazes me how people are so stupid and ignorant to what this case is really about. They make these dumbass statements. The case was sealed. They would have known the truth, and they can't back that up. There's no support of that. They don't want to talk about the fact when a medical test came out and York was shown to have chlamydia, herpes 1 and 2. Okay, they don't want to talk about that. And York had the opportunity to hire his own doctor and take a second test, and he refused. Now ask yourself a question. If a test came back showing you had herpes and you didn't, and you wanted to validate your innocence, man, I'd have got my personal doctor on that right away and took another test and put those results out there for the public to see that I ain't got none of them STDs. The reason why he didn't request a second test, and he had the opportunity for his own doctor, he could have chose the doctor that he wanted to do it. But again, the Wapians will say, oh, it's a setup, it's a conspiracy. Everything is a conspiracy when they can't prove anything. But yet these are the same individuals that say they deal with evidence and facts. And then when you use the reasoning aspect in their science, in that reasoning, there has to be some evidence to support them facts. You just can't reason some bullshit that York is the source. In that reasoning, you must provide facts. I'm saying according to their shit, okay? Because that's the shit they stand on, but they only stand on it when they're attacking other groups, Christians, Muslims, Jews, organizations. But the shit don't apply when you're coming at them with their doctrine. All of a sudden, that Nwapo shit flies out the window, and they want you to accept that York is the sole source. You can't question that. He's the master teacher, 76 trillion years of knowledge, et cetera, et cetera. Well, that just doesn't fly. And now that people are questioning this shit, you know, and to make this clear, before he got arrested, to piggyback on the brother, I had thought about leaving in 01, 02 when he started that Jesus shit. And let me clarify that, because there's been a lot of myths on that. What really went down with that. I want to throw this in there, and then I'll pass it to somebody else. I remember, because we used to go to the house in Athens, the first time he formed the Blue Lodge, because it's open 3 times, by the way. And the second time he opened it, I was in a visit with the sister Robbie and the sister who people knew as Nifu and Bastet at the time, where they sat there in the visit and told York, yeah, man, the brothers ain't bringing no money into the office. And they suggested for the Blue House to open up for the second time. We need to open up the lodge again so these robots could bring money in. You know what York said? And I was sitting right there in the visit. Yeah, we need to do that because you know these guys, they like to dress up in costumes. That's what this nigga said. And I'm sitting right there in the visit. Yeah, we need to do that. If that's what we got to do to motivate them to bring money in. That Blue Lodge, all that Masonic shit, that's a hustle and a money pimp game. Straight up. I know because I was there for the first formation of it, the second phase of it, close it again. Now they open the shit again because money is tight. So they got to start pimping the members. So let's open up the Blue House and come with all these protocols and pimp people with their fucking money. But when that shit was being formed, this is when I had first considered leaving. Then obviously he got arrested after that, and then all that emotional shit kicked in. What was going on at the time, and I got sucked into that whole case shit. But he called us to the house, and I want to clarify this because I heard some dude say, "Oh, he was just teaching Jesus as a concept, not a being." That's bullshit at that time. I'm gonna tell you why. He called us to the house, and I can name brothers that was there at the house in Athens: Mentuhotep, Kansu, Abi Shaid. Brothers, the Puerto Rican brothers that passed away, brother Daniel, brother Martin.
Martin, yeah.
Okay. I can name some more brothers. Okay. And he said, yeah, man, I got to talk to your brothers. This is York, his own words. Man, I had a near-death experience, man. I was lost and I was brought back to life. And I'm sitting there listening to this shit, like, where's this going? Oh, you know, Yeshua saved me. Now I'm completely fucking confused. He said, Yeshua came to me and told me everything that I'm doing is wrong, that I need to get back into the grace of Christ. He was talking as if that was an external motherfucking being that appeared to him. He wasn't talking about no concept.
Damn.
He wasn't talking about, oh, it was just an ideology. He said he made contact with some being called Yeshua, Jesus, and that he needs to get back into the blood of Christ and be saved. That's at that time when all that Holy Seed Baptist synagogue bullshit started. All that garbage, Egyptian Church of Christ, because it was a hustle and a con. Let me tell you something. The nigga knew it was coming because we'd walk out of his house a couple months before he got arrested, and cops were sitting right out there in the front, undercovers. I mean, we would literally wave to them, and he knew they were undercovers. They will tell you they would camp right out in the front of his house. We knew it. He would tell you he was under surveillance, you know. But obviously at the time, because we taken into position like, oh, everybody's out to get us. Routine, and we under that spell. So, and let me say this, man. Yeah, all these Negroes saying every Nuwapian or ex-member that left because they bitter mad. No, motherfuckers woke up to the truth. Not everybody left because they bitter or they mad or they an agent or they're an FBI informant. That's all that's a fucking cop out. Like this brother that just spoke, he left before all that shit went down. He didn't leave after York got arrested. So how the fuck you gonna tell him what he saw wasn't real, wasn't a reality? He's telling you shit prior to York got arrested. So that knocks that shit right out the box. But that Jesus shit, York was claiming he was saved. Some being Jesus came to him. And listen, I was in the lodge meeting when niggas, and some of these niggas are still around. When York announced this shit, niggas were standing up crying and testifying like they were saved. That's a fucking reality. I was there. Talk to niggas. I can give you some fucking names if you want. Talk to niggas. I was there. Niggas were standing crying. Oh, he saved me. And that's at the point. I left actually out of that meeting like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Like, what the hell is it? And now the Wapians will use this excuse now. Well, he did that at the time to get rid of all the Christian people. Bullshit. Bullshit. It was a hustle that failed. And then it went into all the shit it metamorphosized into when he got arrested. He had to go back to the African shit. But anyway, later when we get into, if we get time to get into that, we'll get into all that diplomatic bullshit. And that's a bunch of bullshit because I worked on that personally for years on many facets. And we can get into that when we get to that. But I just want to throw that in there.
You talking about the Liberian or the Ghana?
Yeah. Well, let me dispel one quick myth on that. He was never ever a Liberian diplomatic general counsel with immunity. Bullshit. And I'm telling you, I worked on this shit firsthand for years. First of all, when Rochelle, Fatima Sanusi, and Fatima Sanosi's son Muhammad, they were going over to Liberia in 2004 and 5 trying to change that status from honorary general counsel. Honorary general counsel just basically means it's like you're an honorary graduate of Harvard. It holds no weight. It doesn't mean anything. It's an honorary title. That's all he got. And they were trying to change that status to a diplomat general. You couldn't do it. Now, the Wapians will come at you and say, well, no, that's not true. He was a appointed diplomat under Charles Taylor's regime. Bullshit. There's nowhere on record. And I see they got their little fake embassy. They set up that video they put out not too long ago. It was comical with the flash bulbs going off and shit. It was fucking hilarious. And they got this fake ass embassy and they filming this shit in Pookie and Ray Ray's basement with flash bulbs going off. And then you got this dude, Damon Pryor, who's a big ass hustler. And I know him well, worked with him on many things. And he's flashing these fake documents on the screen, handwritten with these bogus seals. He's got all this bullshit on the screen. He's trying to project as if this is legit. None of that shit is legit. He was never appointed. Tell them, see, it's real easy for Nawapians just to say, show me some authentic paperwork or what branch of the government can I verify this, that he was actually appointed. They can't do it. It's not a fact. He was never, ever. And this, when I started to uncover this shit, this is what made me leave. I saw all the hustles and I saw all the bullshit. That's the excuse they'll use, but there's no documentation to support it. And people were trying to pimp that hustle for years. How do you take a passport photo with a jail mugshot? And this whole Dr. Malachi K. York Foundation shit they started now was the same shit they did in 08 with Ghana. Let me explain to you what that is. It has nothing to do with York's freedom. Okay, any one of you on this, listening to this show right now, you can call any countries and say, I want to start a foundation for the less fortunate. You could call it the John Smith Foundation. I want to donate pens and pads and food supplies and clothing for children that are less fortunate. And you can call it whatever you want. See, that's the game that they use. They do the little side smoke screens like that. And members that are ignorant think it has something to do with his freedom. It has nothing to do with his freedom. It bears no weight, and it's not going to change the cause or the plight of anything that's connected to his case. But these are the smoke screens they got to keep alive, to keep funneling money from the members. Because if you ain't got a hustle, how do you keep the money coming in? It was the same thing when, I'm sorry, but I got to throw this one in there too. It was the same thing a couple of years ago when they told everybody to get out of the South and move to the North, right? I already knew about this when this was coming, but niggas get so spooky. Oh, we got to move get north of the Mason-Dixon line because the Republicans are taking over. Really? How's that working for you up there with Donald Trump? How's that working for you north of the Mason-Dixon line? That's not the real reason why the motherfuckers went up north. They was behind months on that building in Athens. They was about to get yoked. Okay, as you know, the property in Philly got yoked, and they hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax behind on the property on Bushwick, which can get yoked any day now as we speak. So the only reason why they told Negroes to head north of the Mason-Dixon, they got to keep everybody together so they can pimp people with money. They keep this Blue Lodge shit going so they can pimp people of money. It ain't got nothing to do with all that spooky shit. I heard one nigga say, oh, it's like a test again, like the 19 classes to move. I mean, come on, really, seriously? Can we grow the fuck up and look at this with common sense? Some of it is just basic common sense. We ain't got to even get all technical into this shit. Some of it is common sense. Most of these Negroes don't have common sense. But anyway, I'll pass it to somebody else because, like I said, I don't want to keep going on and on and on.
Yeah, that was heavy.
Well, I wanted to go in. I was just trying to wait for us to get into the potatoes because I've been going in on the golden child a little bit in the hormone section. And I wanted to go ahead and get into how a book be put out dealing with that information. And Ahmadi, you still there? Because I want him to. He's supposed to help me share the shit. Hold on.
I think he.
I'm here.
Okay, there.
I'm here.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm finna screen share. Let me know. Can you see this?
All right, hold on. Give me a second to get to it. Let's see. Can y'all see? Y'all see the screen?
Yeah.
All right. Y'all can see it?
I see it, but it's kind of small.
All right, I'm going to read.
Let me get to it.
Yeah, it's kind of small a little bit.
Give me
But I put it
second.
on a Word document.
All right, let me see. Where you at? Hit your jump. Go to your screen. Where you were? All right. Can y'all see him now?
No.
Can you make it bigger?
Yeah, somebody make it bigger.
Can you like expand it, Tar?
Because I got it on a Word document. Let me see. That's about as big as I can get it.
Okay,
send it to my email. Send it to 6dynasty@gmail.com, and I'll open it up here in a second and blow it. I can blow it up on my screen. I'm like right where I need to be to do everything, the videos and all that shit. So we about to get the rocking.
Yeah.
So let me know when you send that email, and I'll share it for you. Cause it do look kind of small.
Yeah.
Or somebody else can go. You know what I mean? Going a little bit while he getting that.
Well, while he's doing that, let me say something real quick. First of all, this character, Nawabian assassin, called me out to debate, right? Okay. Now, I love a debate. I've been debating since I was an Ansar, all the way up to the Holy Tabernacle Ministries, all the way up to Nawabian Nation of Moors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Did my radio show. I debated for hours, 6-7 hours every night sometimes when I had a DC radio show. Okay. So now this is fun for me. I love it. You know, I love an exchange of ideas, presenting evidences to support your claims, et cetera, et cetera. So the brother calls me out, and I'm like, cool. So we set it up, even go to a weigh-in. right? And when we get just about to do the thing, the brother pulls out. So I'm like, okay, all right, so he wanted to roll out like that. You know, there's a word we have for that, but I'm gonna leave it for those who know. So in the meantime, I come on here to give, you know, some of the research that I was able to pull out. You know, I thank many who assisted me in presenting books and videos and clips and lectures, etc. And then I'm hearing this guy has on his channel now, the Nuwaubian Assassin debates Chuck Morgan or something to that effect. So what is he? Is he going to debate my picture? I mean, I don't understand the mentality, you know, because if the brother had the kind of courage and he was thorough like he claimed he is, then we could be going toe to toe right now. But, you know, now he's like, he wants to debate. No. It don't work like that. It ain't like it's say, okay, you getting ready to go into a ring, and then you go through the weigh-in, and everybody got the pay-per-view set up, and then you're going to pull out, you're going to back out of the fight, and then you expect to get another shot? You better get in the back of the line, boy. You're done. You have to pull up the next folks. So I initiated this thing about 2 years ago. I took it upon myself to set up, well, it started with Facebook, and, you know, started questioning some of the teachings because, you know, being a former student teacher and running a store, etc. I studied the doctrine. That was my whole thing. That's why Idris was my name on the inside, because I was one who studied. And, you know, the old man liked that. And that was my claim to fame, was I like to study the doctrine. You know, it is what it is. So when I left DC or mainland and came here, you know, I broke off and, you know, just wanted to put all this stuff behind me. And, you know, being over here in this part of the world, you know, it's a whole lot of, you know, the whole Christian thing is pretty big. So I brought a few of the books with me, and, you know, I never read them. I didn't start picking up another book until around 2011. So I just started looking at it from a different point of view. I guess that when you break away from it long enough, you had a tendency to become deprogrammed. So just reading some of the books, and I said, I remember we used to ask this question, because, you know, me and the brothers, we would have these little mock debates in DC, you know, Mentuhotep Sadiq, Wakil, Khalil from Passion, you know, a lot of the brothers, and we would just go over stuff to, you know, sharpen your sword when you get out on the street and you're battling. So I brought up some of the questions, and I took it to some of the teachers I was still in contact with, you know, guys who still ran stores around the different cities. And I'm getting these little circular arguments where nobody can answer none of the questions. So I'm like, okay. And as time progressed, I would pop up in different Facebook chats and then, you know, put up a question here and there, and everybody's doing the tap dance. So sister told me, won't you think about doing, you know, your own page? So I did that. And then some folks were saying, yeah, they saying some dude was supposed to put out a 360 question to ask Nuwaubians, and nobody's done it. And I heard these guys gloating about that. So talking to another brother, and he was like, you know, won't you just go ahead and do it? And so, you know, it took a little time, you know, had to put up some things and finally got it together. So I put the website up. And so I put the questions out. I started these in the opening of it. I took from the 360 questions I asked anyone, Muslim, Christian, Hebrew, Israeli church, etc. I just added a few words, took a few out, because I wanted it to be just like York would do it, because that was how he wanted it done. Whenever he wanted something done, you do it like he wanted it done. And that's how I set it up. So when we did that and we started putting questions up, nobody wants to answer questions. And then I see these guys that call out Tazariak, or they call out some brother from different groups, Nation of Islam, or a 5%er, or Sunni Muslim, Christians, etc. And they always say this one line: how y'all going to debate and y'all haven't even answered the 360 questions to ask the Hebrew Israelites, the Israeli church, Christians, Muslims, Sunni Muslims, etc. And then so I'm at this point. I'm like this. Okay. before you even think about debating Nuwaubianism.com, y'all need to first start answering some of these questions on Nuwaubianism.com. The 360 questions to ask the Nuwaubians. And there's plenty of them up there. And there's more coming. After this show, I got a whole bunch of them because all the stuff that we dug up, we're going to put this stuff online for the people to see that, you know, with all due respect, you know, Malachi York had some mental problems. The things that he said and the mental conditioning that he subjected the members to has these people messed up in the head. And what has happened now is these Nuwaubians have assimilated themselves into this consciousness movement, and they're using it as a means to justify their or make themselves valid in this this period in time, in 2017. When Sa Neter had allowed Ramesses Richardson or Prince to come on his show, he opened the door to the madness, the nonsense, the stupidity. So what I'm planning on doing tonight is, as best I can, if we stay on point, is that I want to shed a little light on the plethora of information, the distortions of reality and inconsistencies, the contradictions and lies, and the legacy of this self-professed man from another planet, Dwight York, alias Malachi York, who was the head of this quasi-religious cult that got formed in the 1970s. Some people may be tuning in to this for the first time, so I'm trying to lay it out as best I can. And his popularity was enhanced via his literature, known in the early days as the Pamphlets of Peace, and currently they have it as the Actual Facts. Okay. Now his writings, they never got peer reviewed. It has partial bibliographies, and the books were sold and distributed to the masses under the radar, meaning his books escaped proper scrutiny, proper analyzing, and it was never put up to where it could be challenged successfully. So this was something that York played heavily upon. He relied on it. So York's publications gave faulty arguments, it gave spookology, historical distortions at a time when African studies and awareness was growing. So York took it upon himself to attack Black academia and cherished, and what we like to say is a cherished grassroots street scholarship, like Dr. Ben, Dr. John Henry Clark, Sheikh Anta Diop. He attacked Kane Hope Felder and a whole bunch of other Black leaders. He attacked Ben Ami, Ben Esrael, called him Ben Ami Carter. He attacked Yahweh Ben Yahweh. Of course, he attacked Minister Louis Farrakhan. And, you know, he falsely made claims that that we were not ready for his Egyptian studies or African editions, because at that time he was still pretending to be in the Muslim Imam. And it wasn't until Bilal Phillips's book, The Ansar Cult in America, that came that York took this sudden removal from Islam, even though he said either y'all going to speak the truth or you getting out of Islam. So it turns out he was the one that got out of Islam, and something that he claimed that he was born into and that it was the truth. So the whole thing was just a big con. The whole Ansarullah, the whole Nubian Islamic Hebrew, Holy Tabernacle Ministries, Nuwaubian Nation, all of that stuff was a big con game. It was centered on York's ego. It was all about revenues, fame, and the women. And in his case, some of the girls, literally the girls and boys. So this guy taught that he was from another planet, and he would magnify and promote Eurocentric ideas that the Egyptian pyramids was constructed or built by space creatures. Yet this is the same person who devalued Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark by disparaging them and calling them demons, because they stood in opposition to York's Eurocentric view. You see? And so, as a matter of fact, here's an example. Here's an example. After all of that, here's an example. Right now, today we see the Nuwaubians wearing the black fezzes, And they got the double Ankh on it. They got this double Ankh, which is something that is unheard of in ancient Egypt. So it's a perversion. York always did a lot of these little perversions into his little game to lure people and to think that it's something new or something ancient, but he never gave any proof to substantiate it. So when you look over in ancient Egypt, you don't see anywhere where you see a double Ankh. So York identified the Ankh that Dr. Ben and everyone else, all these other black leaders and others, Egyptologists who brought, York had taken that symbol, the Ankh, and said it was a symbol of Satan. Or and that it was a part of a sexual order. Hey, brother, can you mute your mic? Because I'm getting feedback. Brother Abdul. Brother Abdul, can you give mute your mic?
I could have sworn we did like a weekend movie. Thursday to Monday.
Okay. Brother Ahmadi.
Okay. Well, I can come. You can go to the police.
Anyway, see if I can collect my thoughts. So anyway, getting back to the symbol of Satan. So in the book Secret Societies Unmasked on page 167, York says that, quote, the symbolism of Satan, the Ankh, is known by most people as the sign of everlasting life. It is used for good as well as for evil. It is a symbol of reincarnation of the Egyptian sun god Ra, Lucifer, Satan. Hey, Ahmadi.
I think you need to check the contract.
Ahmadi, are you there? Hey, Brother Abdul.
I'm here.
Yeah, can you mute your mic?
I'm here.
I'm picking up your background because there's some talking in the background. I lose my train of thought.
No, I ain't got no talking in the background.
Who's that? Really? Okay.
You still hear it?
Yeah. Well, it stopped now. I guess maybe they picked it up. But anyway, what I was trying to build on was that York was talking about the Ankh of ancient Egypt as being a symbol of Satan. Let me see if I get it. So the Ankh is known by most people as the sign of everlasting life. It is used for good as well as for evil. It is a symbol of reincarnation of the Egyptian sun god Ra, Lucifer. He's referring to Ra of ancient Egypt as being Lucifer or Satan. The Ankh is also called the Crook Asanta and the toe cross. This was also the modern day symbol of the female. So he doubles down and reiterates the point. The Ankh is a symbol of reincarnation of the Egyptian sun god Ra, Lucifer, Satan. It is said that in order to worship Ra in his rites, you have to give up your virginity and practice orgies. Secret Societies Unmasked, page 167. Now, today we see the brothers wearing the same perverted double Ankh, which represents dual sexuality, or as York calls it, hormone sexuality. And this explains, or should explain, why York had this disdain for Dr. Ben, who taught more about the glory of ancient Egypt way before York did. Because all that nonsense about Amenubi Akhenaten saying that he was teaching that back in the 1960s is nonsense. He didn't get out of prison until 1967, where he used Islam as being his gimmick to make wealth. So anyway, the bottom line is that the mass of Nuwaubian doctrine is saturated with inconsistencies and contradictions. For example, on the issue of Nuwaubians having faith, York says, and I quote, "We have faith in all, and all those inside of the all, El, Allah, El Elo, Anu, El Elyon, all in one, the same, and we are all in the all." This is from Factology versus Theology, the audio from 1996. Now, here we have an inconsistent issue on the whole faith thing, because he says in the Holy Tablets, the faithful go to Anu, but the Kafirun, those who conceal what they know to be true, go to Halal, that cursed devil. To have faith in Anu, who is the essence, the ever-present soul, the ruler of all the good, making you an Elo, But to have such faith and yet not commit one's self to the association of brethren of like faith prove such a lack of discipline as required. The name of the kingdom for them that profess their faith in Anu, but are without practice, they shall be called hypocrites. And their place shall be the first place removal from the planet Earth. Holy Tablets, chapter 10, tablet 39, 14 through 38. Then he goes on to say in the Man from Planet Risk book that these truths I have will release you from your fears of the devil and renew your faith in the Elohim. And that contradicts, I teach you to have faith. I teach you to have facts, because having faith isolates the ability to question. That's in the Degree of Christism, page 433, which contradicts the holy tablets of even being able to, when he says about isolating one's ability to question, the Holy Tablet says, do not question the pages of my servants. These present wisdom, the Holy Tablets, don't differentiate between the wise that are sent to you. Holy Tablets, chapter 6. I hope you're taking notes. Chapter 6, tablet 2, 89 through 90. Now, this sort of inconsistency is inundated in Nuwaubian literature. York made claims of having 76 trillion years of knowledge, and that, this is what he says. They, quote, this is York, quote, they know I'm the supreme being here. Truth has come. I am the truth. Falsehood must go. You can't deal with it. You can't touch me. You are like a little baby talking to the wisest man on the planet Earth. How you going to handle what I got to say? Factology versus Theology, November 1996. He also stated, there's nothing you can ask me I can't answer. Nothing. None of your teachers could ask me that I can't answer. That was on the same audio. Yet, York had a poor working knowledge of basic zoology 101, because York gives this whole breakdown of what dinosaurs are. And he says that an alligator is a dinosaur. A turtle is a dinosaur. Most of your lizards are dinosaurs. Hippopotamuses are dinosaurs. This is the mentality. You can find that in when was the real beginning and when did it take place? That was an audio. He's teaching that the hippopotamuses, y'all, are dinosaurs. But this is the man with 76 trillion years of knowledge. Let's go on. He then talks about it later on in other publications that bats are the results of birds and rats mating to produce bats. Now, this is significant because if you remember in some of the 360 questions to ask the Hebrew Israelites and ask Christians, York goes on this rant about the Bible, and where it says in Deuteronomy about the bat being, or when it gives in the dietary laws, it gives a list of various birds that or fowl that you're not supposed to eat. And it goes down the line, and the last one that it mentions is a bat. Well, York takes that, and then we teaching and we're attacking Christians, anybody that believes in the Bible, and using that point. Well, this is the exact same thing. Here you have, he's laying one, an alligator. I'm sorry, here he has the bird and the rat. I'm sorry, the bird and the rat produces bats. Now, there's no scientific evidence to support it. I asked Nuwaubians this question. They duck, dodge, tiptoe, dance, run, duck, and hide. Nobody wants to produce any evidence to back up this claim from York. But that's what they teach. So in the dog book on page 23, York says the bat is the result of the mating of the bird with the rat. Now you try to figure that one out and ask the Nuwaubians about that one. Then he goes on speaking on these animals. Here you go. He says that the pig is a result of the dog and the cat mixed by producing the pig, which and York claims that it was done as a scientific experiment by way of the Egyptian pharaoh of the third dynasty, Zoser and Imhotep, for the biblical patriarch Abraham, while in Egypt, to be used to clean up the dead bodies of Caucasians when Abraham was to take over the land of Canaan. And we'll find this in Leviathan 666, the beast as the Antichrist, part 4, part 1 of 4, page 195, where he says, and I quote, therefore, Abraham was sent to clean these lepers before his journey. Zoser and his student Imhotep created the animal that would clean up the filth from a dog, a cat, and a rat, together known as the pig. Now, this too is a contradiction because York said, now I want you to focus on this, because York is telling you, and it's in a number of books, it's going back to the dog book, the hog, did the hog come from mankind? It's in the Holy Tablets, it's in these new publications that they have. I did a 360 question. I did one of the questions on that as a part 1 and 2 going over this. But here York is talking, and he says that that it was done on behalf of Abraham. Yet York says on UFOs, New Gods and Devils audio, he says there's no record of Abraham ever visiting Egypt. So how is this story valid where there's no primary sources? York never offers any historical documentation to support any of this stuff. York was gifted with gab, and he captivated his audience with showmanship. He sounded like he knew what he was talking about. He told me before, when I was doing radio, he would say, you don't have to know you don't have to be right or wrong. You just got to know how to say what you're saying. You have to be able to sound like you know what you're talking about. And that says a lot. So there are literally hundreds of conflicting claims within the Nuwaubian doctrine, going as far back as the Ansars, and going back to when York claimed to have 8 personalities. Now this is important, and I want to read this out. It's real short, but I think it's important and it's relevant to the mental state of Mr. York. Okay, now this is what it says. You know, this is coming from a book that is so rare that you'll be lucky to ever find it. Fortunately, I was able to get a copy from a brother who see what we're doing, and he was able to get me the book and get this information so that people could see it. So here he says, quote, these personalities accompany other beings that speak to me and through me. I name 7 people other than myself, which would be 8 characters or personalities. Each of them represent a different amount of information that must be conveyed in these days and last days and times. Some of them represent spirituality. Some of them are healers, historians, great men, and some of them have accompanied great men. For instance, Sheikh Al-Qut, he was the initiate student of Idris, who is known in the Bible as Enoch. His life was dedicated, and he explains and tells you the stories of Idris, how he lived and what he represented, which is something needed for people in these days and times. These are characters or personalities that York claims to have speaking through him, people or entities. Okay, Sheikh Al-Khidr, he is not a human being. He has no nationality, for he is an angelic being. His name is Michael or Michael. When in the heavens, he is referred to as Khidr because Khidr means green light, the essence of him. He taught all the prophets. He also taught all the sages and learnt men. He has always been there, for he is the light of the world. He is also known as Melchizedek. Isa al-Masih. He is referred to as Yeshua, also known as Jesus the Messiah from 2,000 years ago. He was merely a student and a very great learned man, which I have indicated in many of my books. Yanun. Yanun is from another galaxy. He is a visitor. As you know, we have 19 galaxies. He is from the 8th galaxy outside of this one. They are 100,000 years more advanced than this planet. Since they have passed through this stage, he comes here to give us guidance. Zoser. Now, this is supposed to be the third dynasty pharaoh, which I think is ironic, because if Zoser is one of the entities that speaks through him, certainly York will be able to get some confirmation from Zoser on how, when, and where to find the documentation of how he supposedly created the pig from the dog, cat, and the rat for Abraham, who is someone that he said never even visited Egypt and said that never had any proof that ever existed. But Zoser, also known as Abdul Qudus, or the great Egyptian healer who built the pyramids of Saqqara, and was the great healer and was thought by many to be a form of God. All of these men were not normal beings. Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi, which is me, the person being utilized. Why? I don't know why. I am the one being utilized. Only Allah, the supreme creator of all things, knows. Malachi York, Man of Miracles, page 24. Now, what's interesting is York mentions one of the personalities as being Isa el-Messiah, who he says was Jesus of 2,000 years ago. Yet he also says, and I quote, "There's no historical facts anywhere that there was a man named Jesus 2,000 years ago." There's no facts. So when you align yourself with fiction, you can't claim sovereignty. End of racism, audio, Malachi York. Then he says, there's no real evidence that supports that Jesus, as taught to be Christ, and all of his stories were ever proven to exist. This is found in Is Jesus God on page 2. Then shortly after his arrest, this is what York says about the same Jesus that he says there's no proof that ever existed. Yet he's the same Jesus that speaks through him as one of his 8 personalities. Quote, what better way to eliminate Hamashiach al-Messiah, the Messiah, than to make one think that he does not exist? Well, he does. Joshua, Asa, Haru, Tammuz, Jesus of 2,000 years ago is real. He's real. That is in, is it Black Man's Christianity or White Man's Christianity? Page 359. Now, the contradictions never stop. Even on the question of religion, York said, and I hope you're following along with this, because it's contradiction, inconsistencies, nonsense. This is the doctrine. These people call themselves Nuwapians, are ideologues. They focus on doctrine and they are void of evidence. So on the issue of religion, York says, so I asked the question again, does religion breed ignorance? The answer is definitely yes. Malachi York, does religion breed ignorance? Page 116. Contradicting, you need religion because you were ruled by beings, and on your own, you don't function well. You're not responsible. You need discipline. Malachi York, Man from Planet Risk, page 120. Now, the Nuwapians fits the standard model of a religious cult. People ask, why they refer to me as a slanderer because I refer to them as a cult. Well, York refers to them as a cult because he said it. Quote, how would I create a cult that would isolate itself from everybody? The Sunnis would leave us alone. The Nation of Islam would leave us alone. The Christians would leave us alone. The Israelites would leave us alone. The Hebrews would leave us alone. I said, well, the first thing is the symbol needs to be different. Yeah. Take a 6-pointed star and a crescent and an ankh. That'll work. Call them the Nubian Islamic Hebrews. That'll work. So the scene was set. As I went through these different stages, I changed my name every 2 years to keep the attention off of me. Why we use Islam audio? That's York. And to further make that point, when people say that, oh, he means culture, nowhere do you see York using in that previous statement that is a culture. And he even made that point clear because when he referred to Islam, he referred to it as a cult. He says, overstand, we didn't want to be associated with any form of Islamic cult or sect. Malachi York, Degree of Mohammedanism, page 4. So York is telling his followers that, for one, religion breeds ignorance, then told you that you need religion, thus making the Nuwaubians ignorant cult members. It's that simple. It gets no clearer than that. And then when they say, well, and then they love to reiterate the point about cult and culture. We know that the words change over time and get new definitions as new precedent. So York explains exactly what the word cult means. This is taken from Secret Societies Unmasked, page 2, the first edition, because I have both editions. York says this regarding a cult. Cult, a system of religious worship or ritual, devoted attachment to an extravagant admiration for a person, principle, etc. When regarded as a fad, the object of such attachment, a group of followers, sects. And even York says, "Follow me." People say he's not looking for followers. Yes, he says, "Follow me." You see, so that's just that alone. But what people don't realize is that even in York's pre-trial, and this is important because of all the previous stuff about having beings talk to him, and he claiming to be from a pseudo 19th galaxy, an 8th planet in the 19th galaxy called Ilium. York said, okay, well, before I even that, let's make it clear that when he was in 2003, and I think Mike can also verify this, is that York had to go for a forensic psychological evaluation that was requested by his own attorney. And the test concluded that York suffers from clinical syndrome of delusional paranoid disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, adjustment disorder with depressed mood, and access to personality disorders, histrionic personality traits, and schizophrenic personality features.
That's correct.
And there it is. And we see elements of this delusional mindset in his publications. And the most notorious book to come out that illustrates York's mentality and how it's casting a spell on the followers is in that book, The Man of Miracles, where York is interviewing himself, and where he says, and this is important, listen to this. Interviewer question: when did you realize that you had more than one personality? Imam Isa, Malachi York. When I was a kid, I would start to be crazy. I used to sit around and talk to people, and my mother would refer to me as having a friend or friends that I would talk to in my room. I saw these people, these beings, and I knew they were real. I was able to materialize things that I didn't have. If I wanted candy for something, I would wave my hand and the candy would appear. I would also do this for kids around me, or I would fix their toys or radios, and when their televisions were broken, I would fix things without even touching it. At one time, while angry, I picked up a car and I didn't mean to. I then realized what I was about. This was when the doors began to open. It wasn't until 1970 that Al-Khidr manifested to me in physical form. He then began to tell me that I had a special assignment. Malachi York, Man of Miracles, page 27.
Hey, Chuck. Chuck, I'm sorry. Can I say something real quick before you finish?
Go ahead.
You know, adding on that note, I mean, you were saying something about the Anu thing, you know, and a lot of this information, people, you know, they'll say, oh, that was in a previous school. But when you were talking about the Anu thing before, okay, now Nuwaubians teach that Anu and the Anunnaki, that they are reptilians and that they're coming back to devour and eat people and shit. That's what they say now. This is what they teach now. So even if that was a previous school, okay, bottom line is, were we being aligned at that time to be, because York was pledging allegiance in the School of Right Knowledge at that time, that he was an incarnation of Marduk and we were worshiping Anu. There was even a prayer to Anu in one of the books.
Yeah, I remember.
So were we aligning ourselves up to be eaten, even if that was a So this is what I'm saying. You got to use common sense. Other people I see are saying, well, why did y'all stay all those years and why are you uncovering it now? That's a cop out for not answering the questions and the information. The thing is, when you're in that cult mindset, like most of them are now, you don't see it because you're taking on that same mindset that we're talking about. So that's a cheap cop out to sit there and go, well, why is Chuck saying this now? But back then, why did he stay all these years? That's the reason why we stayed. It's quite that simple, but it still doesn't negate the fact to answer the questions and everything that you're saying. If you really look at it, and I said this before, none of the motif changes, because whether it was the school of Islam, he was supernatural being, Al-Qaeda, and ain't nothing new. He was using it back then in the Sufi lessons.
That's
the
right.
Quran was the scripture, and they were the loyal congregation. Then after that, it was a school of Hebrewism. He was Malachi Zadok. The Torah was the main scripture, and they were the loyal congregation. After that, it was the right knowledge school. It was the foundation of Marduk, the holy tablets of the Bible, congregation. And then after that, hustle was over. Then it's the black books. He's an incarnation of Atum Re. They're the loyal congregation. It's the same thing now. Now let's go back, because I'm running out of shit to do. I'm going to be Yanun again. The new Bible is the actual facts, and they're the loyal congregation. So really, when you look at it, the motif never changes. See, what he does that's classic is, regardless of what system of spirituality he is teaching, first and foremost, the most important thing he does is put himself as the highest being in that particular spiritual system. So therefore, they'll say things like, we're gods and we don't believe in anything, anybody, but that doesn't apply when it comes to York. Right. Because really they follow rules, restrictions. They're taught how to dress, what to eat, not how to act, what not to say, what they can and cannot do. But yet they're going to turn around and tell you that this is not a religion. It's no different than a Christian congregation. There again, there's the master imam, pastor / being that communicates with God. There's always some scripture or book that they have to be loyal to and keep the rules, laws, and regulations, and they're the loyal congregation. But I just want to throw that in there, because people will say stuff like, well, why didn't y'all notice this beforehand? And somebody had typed in, did anybody ever ask York if he did these things? I did, face to face. What do you think he's going to say? Yeah, I did it. But I can tell you this, it was always about deflecting the energy. I've asked him face to face in jail visits. 2 times I had asked him face to face. Based on information that I was uncovering. And the reason why some of us left, when he got arrested, it opened the door to his private life. So we started uncovering things that we might have sensed and suspected towards the end portion, but a lot of these things got full blown open when this whole scenario went down. So that's just a weak ass cop out. If you want to, this is what I'm saying, why they can't debate. Stick to the information. It's a tactic that they use. They divert from the topic talked about. It's bullshit.
Red herrings, straw man arguments.
But anyway, I want to read your train of thought. I just wanted to throw that in.
I'm just about finished, because my whole thing was that York should have received some type of psychological counseling, because you have him, I've had him, even in his letters prior to his trial. He was claiming to talk to space creatures back then.
That's right.
I mean, he's not just he's talking about space people. He even said that he claimed that he was being visited in jail, Jones County, and that the spaceship parked outside the jail. I'm serious, people. That the spaceship was parked outside the jail, and that he floated out of his cell in full view of the cameras and the inmates. Quote, here's a letter. Well, this is York speaking. Well, on Friday, 13th, August 2004, remember Vortex opened August 12, 2003? It stays open for a year. Well, I had a visitor from some of the beings from Zeta Reticuli, Alamar, Krill, Sa'at. They I haven't seen since I was a child living in Teaneck, New Jersey. Now, not August 12, 2003 to August, I'm sorry, not August 2004, August 12, 2004. They prepared me for the next level and healed me that same day. This healing was supposed to be his hereditary angioedema, where he supposedly had, you know the game that they play with that. So he's saying that they prepared me for the next level and healed me that same day. I say it's the unity. Other inmates saw their aerial craft and said they heard me speaking in some funny language. And the next morning, I floated out of my cell. And this is on record. Letters from N. Murdoch to Carmen Brody, 10/1904. So with all this talk about York wanting to get out of prison, and it's York claiming that these entities that speak through him, and they floating him out of his cell, but they can't float him out of prison. It makes you wonder. And even in one of the masters, is what's called the Master's Secret, 24 Elders Part 1. All this stuff about them trying to get York out and they need to raise all this money, and now they talking about getting some kind of a sun dance that the Nuwaubians have to come up with $50,000 to pay some folks to do this dance so that York can get out of prison. Let's hear what York says in the Master's Secrets. He says, quote, "To Nuwaubians, my true children, in our common way, Wu Nuwap, let it be known, the reason I allowed myself to be taken and by that left from your presence for this time was so that you would show your true colors, your actions, your devotion, or your true nature, which many claim to be so devoted have shown." Now, look at this. Everybody's crying the blues. He's crying about being tortured and all of this stuff. Yet he's saying he allowed himself to be put there. As like what, a willing sacrifice? What is he, Jesus or something? This is this type of stuff that these people suffering from some type of hypnotic spell, some kind of mind control that this leader, this cult leader has on these people. And these, especially the New Jacks, they're getting all the beauty that is being promoted on a lot of these YouTube channels with some of the teachings that York doesn't confirm with what he's saying. And because they see a lot of people in this movement and it's growing, and as a result of going on, on Sarnetta TV, I mean, I love the brother. I love what he's doing, man, because I watch the show all the time. You know, I had a chance to build with Dr. Salim Faraji, brother Jahi Issa. I mean, he put on some very good shows. But when the Nuwaubians came into the fold, that kind of that has brought them into a level of some form of legitimacy and the nonsense that they teach. Nuwaubians don't talk about this kind of stuff where York is claiming to have 8 personalities, and then one of them being Jesus Christ, yet Jesus Christ never existed. He was a fake. He never made up. How can anybody take this stuff serious? Now, I can go on and on with this thing, but I wanted to lay out this premise that the Nuwaubian doctrine is fallacious, conflicting, distorted, and twisted with little to no historical accuracy whatsoever. And the leader certainly wasn't altogether there mentally, as quoted from his own publications and medical analysis from the courts. So I yielded to anyone that wants to chime in. I need to get some drink. It gets no worse than this. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put the Man of Miracles book up on the website so people can see it for themselves. Some of the stories that York healed people, he raised people from the dead, he dematerialized when people came in, he turned himself inside. All of these crazy claims. I'm gonna put it out there so everybody can see it. And you, the viewer, who have an open mind and not indoctrinated, can take a chance, take a look at some of this stuff, and then ask the Nuwaubians, how could this be? Where's the right knowledge? What kind of knowledge is this? Is it right knowledge or is it right knowledge with a W? Because this violates the very essence of evidence, experience, and reason. I just wanted to say that.
Peace to Black Power.
Peace to you, brother. Cuban.
Sir, what I wanted to do today, be able to do today, because the word in which you wanted to use, and being the gentleman that you are, you didn't use, is that a group of supposed men, in reality, are bitches, did not show up on this platform after they wanted to call us out, and had what I find to be very comical is the fact that they even called out Joel Benjamin, because Joel Benjamin enabled us to be formed, along with the word I like to use, the victims of Dr. Pork. Now, what I'm going to address is one, the lies in which video one called the Yoruba book that Dr. Pork wrote 39 years ago in 1978, which I find very ironic. And these individuals who are not initiated into the traditions of Ifa, nor scratched in the traditions of Palo Mayombe. They are not initiated into Lukumi Santeria, into the tradition of Orisha in Trinidad, or Obia, or Candoblia. They are not initiated into none of these traditions. None. And for them to slander these African-based spiritual systems, what they did was, on this video, they wanted to talk shit about me. They wanted to use diversion tactics in which to say, well, what is it that Malik believes in? What is Malik's foundation? Fuckers, I have done videos in which I have mentioned that my spiritual system is that of the traditions of Ifa. I have mentioned that politically, I am a nationalist. I stand on Black power. So in this video that they did, they said that the traditions of Orisha is demonic. All these motherfuckers got me mad. They said that the traditions that the Orishas are aliens. They said that Black power is evil.
Yeah, that's what he said.
They said that Black power has no power. So as I'm in this room, this chat room they got going, he asked for my email address. I go give him the email address. I go to click on and I'm just mysteriously blocked. Now, I'm not the most technology savvy guy. I think it would be difficult to unblock me, to allow me on the platform to defend myself. Let them know, well, what you're saying is very incorrect. Very, very incorrect. They went on to do another show in which they went in more and slandered. This was but a few days after that. On the show that they did, aside from disrespecting the traditions of Orisha, aside from disrespecting Black power, this lame bastard wants to disrespect Sister Sci-Fi. Not once, but twice. Wants to disrespect her, yet wants to tell the people the doctrine teaches that the Black woman is goddess, that the Black woman can produce life without man, that she beholds all the divinity. Yet you disrespect this sister and you mock this sister, what she went through in her early life, because she decided on sign of this platform that she was enrolling with Team York. The sister never used profanity. She just simply was not in agreement with them. So they disrespected the sister. Just like when they did the video with us in which we were discussing the outline of the debate that these bitches backed out of. These bitches that claim they have factology and right wisdom and right understanding, overstanding, understanding, yet they back out. And made mention of Sister Sci-Fi, and they said for her to keep her trap shut. Sexist. Sexist, that's what that was. Now, Asaro Ether 9 says in the video that what he wanted to address me on was basically to prove that Pickle Man exists, that the Anunnakis exist, that the aliens exist, that Planet Risk exists. However, at the beginning of that video, I clearly stated that what I want to show and prove and demonstrate is that what they are upon is white supremacy and capitalism. That's what I said. And that is what I'm going to do tonight, is to show that they are nothing but a goddamn bunch of white supremacist capitalists that indeed hate black power. They've admitted that they hate black power. You sit there and you disrespect the Orishas. How did the Haitian people, the first Africans in the Western Hemisphere, how were they freed from the occupation, the colonization, the imperialization, the slavery of the French? My friend, they used voodoo to free themselves. They didn't use Nuwapian teaching. They didn't use the Ansar Allah teachings. They didn't use Hebrew Israelite teachings or Christian teachings or Chief Black Thunderhawk teachings. They didn't use none of that. What they used was African spirituality. So you disrespect the Orisha. You disrespect the Egun, the ancestors. Mefedefun Orisha, Mefedefun Egun. I mark my words. They are in the calamity that they are in because of the disrespect that they have put towards the Orisha and they have put towards the Egun, playing with the traditions, writing letters telling somebody to make an Elegba with no proper training, no initiation. This ain't no goddamn game. And what I'm seeing here, and this is what pisses me so the fuck off. We sit here and we say and claim, I'm conscious, black power. I want freedom. I want liberation for our people. But yet there are people that come before us that play with righteousness. So, as I was addressing to Brother Reggie in the room, no, I don't hate Brother Reggie. I strongly agree to disagree with him on some of his points. No, I don't hate Brother Sanetta, but I strongly agree to disagree with Brother Sanetta on some points. First of all, at the end of the day, you're a grown man. You can have who you want on your platform. But I'm going to tell you my personal opinion of what I think. You should have never allowed them to come on the platform. They were never scrutinized. Not one time. When I confronted Prince on 125th, you wanted me to do a presentation on Dr. Port. And I said to you, I would be honored. However, I think that there are two individuals that are more credible to do that instead of myself. And that is Brother Waju.
They come.
Wajahu. And it never happened. Now, my question is that we have all these different debates and presentations and lectures on Israelites, on Moors, on Nile Valley, etc., etc., etc. But for some reason, this just seems to be something that is not wanting to be touched. This is something that's not wanting to be presented to the people. Yet there is quite a few things in this quote-unquote conscious community that people adhere to and cling on to that indeed is an inspiration from Dr. Port, that Dr. Port himself got from a Zachariah Stitchin or some other pseudo individuals. We're playing with righteousness. We're playing with the freedom and the liberation of our people. It is the principle. That is the same thing that I said on 125th. It is the same thing I'm saying now. This is about principle. At the end of the day, I could really give two fucks what you believe in because everybody has their own path and that's your business. But God damn it, when it comes to something about a mass movement from 1970 to now, in which there is a charlatan, homewrecker, pedophile, faggot that has destroyed the lives of many people, that's a problem. It needs to be obliterated. It does not need to exist. You want to sit and you still want to say, Brother Malik, I think you're ODing, or Brother Chuck, I think you need to get a life, or brother this or brother that. Or I ask you, you say you believe in black power? Do you? You say you for Black Power? Really? You need to check out that fucking video. Power. And then has the audacity to act like what's Black Power. Do you even know who coined phrase Black Power? Stokely Carmichael, who later became known as Kwame Ture. You say Black Power is something demonic. No, Black Power means that Black people of the African diaspora, dependent to have pride, to have a knowledge of self, to succeed, to not be in bondage. You mock Black Power. If you mock Black Power, you are an enemy. An absolute 100%, you are an enemy. There's an oxymoron as to why you say you are in what you're in for. Why you're part of what you're part of. Now, you want to use, as Brother Mike has said earlier, you want to kind of reverse the role of this divinity of Dr. Pork. And we could use the example of a Jesus. It's diversion tactics. And it's been diversion tactics and inconsistencies over the period of time. So instead of you talking about angels, or not, let's just say not you, but dogmatic religious people that believe in angels or believe in the afterlife, and you write books and you mock them, what y'all have. And I'm not saying that there's not valid points in which was presented. However, you then revert to Pickle Man. You want to talk about Pickle Man? We can talk about Pickle Man. You want to talk about the Anunnaki? We can talk about the Anunnaki. And another thing, you dumb son of a bitches, you sat in this room saying, let me on the panel, let me on the panel. Sit your asses down. Get the fuck off the panel. Get off of this video and watch it later. Y'all backed out of this debate.
Yep, backed out.
You backed out of the debate. You had your chance. You had numerous chances. You backed out the debate, and then you're going to sit there and say, let me on the panel. Oh, and then you want to mock people. You want to mock people in the room, but you had your opportunity to come on the room, but you didn't. So shut your fucking mouth. Now, I would like for Brother Ahmadi to please play this video, because we say we love Black Power, right? We say that we love Dr. Khalid Abdul-Muhammad. You want to talk about master teachers? Dr. Khalid Abdul-Muhammad is one of my master teachers. And Dr. Khalid Abdul-Muhammad wanted to debate Dr. Pork. And Dr. Khalid Abdul-Muhammad did not like Dr. Pork. That's a real master teacher right there. Dr. Ben is a real master teacher. He's a real master teacher, not some fraudulent charlatans. And yet what really upsets me as well is individuals that want to kind of protect them. Kind of say, oh, take it easy on them. Nah, they disrespected the elders who are now ancestors. There is no leniency. So, brother, if you could please play that video, and afterwards, I want to elaborate a little bit more and let somebody else come forth and say what they would like to say.
While Ahmadi is getting things set up, I think it's interesting that that the brother pulled up the Yoruba book, and I think that shows an inconsistency in their own logic, because on one hand, they say that all those previous books prior to the actual facts books are void at this point, because those were just, quote, schools, and so they're of no significance at this point, even though the Holy Tablet says that it's supposed to be a book for the hereafter. But for him to pull up the Yoruba book and then not pull up the Let's Set the Record Straight book, or quote, Mansa Musa sails in pursuit of his brother to the shores of America, where York says, we were ancestral worshipers, whether we were called Yoruba we were always in tune with our ancestors. Then he says in the Set the Record Straight book, these Yorubas, they practice ancestral worship, and they were not permitted to practice any kind of African religion because the Europeans considered it outright Satanism. So here we have what that young brother was saying in regards to an African system, and saying that it was witchcraft, Satanism. They've got some kind of weird fixation with this Satanist thing and ancient African cultures. Because remember, York said that the Ankh is a symbol of Satanism, and that Ra was represented Lucifer. But here we have York in 1997 saying that the Yoruba that practice ancestral worship were not permitted to practice any kind of African religion because the Europeans considered it outright Satanism. So which is it? Is it Satanism or is it not Satanism?
Hey,
it's
Chuck,
an inconsistency. Go ahead.
Chuck, if I can say something real quick, I know you won't play that. They won't play that
no,
video.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
See, I was actually, me and Cuban Crisis were talking the other day on the phone, and what he's saying is 100% correct. None of them have been initiated in those traditions. That's the spiritual system that I practice. I'm initiated in Voodoo, scratched in Palo. And I think when people get confused with this whole Satanism and witchcraft thing, anybody that practices them systems know there's no such thing as good or bad. That shit is irrelevant. But there's no character called Satan or the devil. That's fictitious. Mm-hmm. That's all religious. Anybody that practices real black magic, not that European shit that people will identify with, it's just working with energies. Just different frequencies. That's all it is. Any individual that knows and works with the Patro Alohas, works with the Rada Alohas of Voodoo, knows it's just energy. So when you start classifying it as good or bad, God and the devil and Satanism, you're coming from a religious mindset. Anybody that practices real black magic, ancestral worship, knows that spiritual science. The other thing, that Yoruba book that I heard them reading from, and York used to rely on myself and a few others for a lot of information on Yoruba, such as how to make an Elegua, that he wrote letters to his daughter and magically asked me for what book would I recommend to get information on Ifa. And I sent him a book called The Osha by Baba Raul Canzares. You can go look at it. And then magically letters started popping up to his daughter on how to make an Elegua, word verbatim taken out of the book. But that's a whole nother story. But the point being is that book that he wrote in the 70s, early 80s on Yoruba, that's on, when it's talking about Odudu and the Benin tribe, that's talking about one specific tribe. That is not the formulation and essence of what the Ifa and the African spiritual systems and those that are interconnected with it. It predates way beyond that shit. When you're categorizing it to one specific period and how they bring idols into the Kaaba, you're talking about one specific period of time. The book does not cover the whole widespread range of the traditions that predate it that are connected to it. Because remember, when you're talking about Ifa or you're talking about Santeria, which is more of the watered down aspect of it, because obviously you see the Christian influence in it. When the Portuguese would have the Africans in slavery, they were Catholic. So they disguised the worship of the Orishi behind the icons of the Catholic saints. That's where the modern day tradition comes from, which goes back to talking about what we know, quote unquote, as modern day Ifa. But you got to go take it back way beyond that. Because now when you get into spiritual systems in the Congo and you get into spirit, if you ain't never been scratched in Palo, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Nobody can understand that. This is why there's nothing written in books. And anything you read on books about it is bullshit. It's a tradition that's passed from mouth to ear. You can never fully grasp the meaning of that if you have not been initiated. So you can sit there and talk shit about it. It's demonic worship. It's this and that. You're speaking out your ass. And if I recall, the science on that, you need to have, according to Nwapo, it's based on evidence, experience, and reason. And you ain't got no evidence. Number one, you definitely don't have the experience. So now you have to reason. And in that reasoning, there must be facts presented. And there's none presented in that. So that's a weak argument. Just wanted to throw that in there.
that was heavy right there by itself. Amadi, you have that set up?
Mm-hmm.
Go for it.
I gotta stop and say, Brother Keita, I agree with you 100% with the way this white man is kicking our backside. The hell that we're catching from this beast Ain't nobody gonna shoot my mind out in space and tell me that my biggest enemy is some reptilian creatures from the other side of the galaxy. I'll be damned if I'm going for it. Then you got some crackers who are on the front line of this stuff. Here's a white man that wants you to pass him up and look for an enemy that does not exist. That's the same as he told you about a devil under the ground which did not exist. Tell me you gonna go for the same damn thing? Damn it, you're nothing but gophers. Reptilian aliens. Then you got another dude running around here talking about he's from another planet. Look, let me tell you. I ain't following no nigga from another planet. That's right. After what this white man has done to us, transforming us out of our godlike selves, disconnecting us. I got enough problem with niggas right here. This nigga gonna come from another planet? And I'm gonna follow a nigga from another planet? But you have become so silly, black man and woman. There are many of you, many of us, maybe none of you who are here, but many of us who follow a man who comes from another planet, he says. Why? Why? Because spiritualism can become the opiate of people. Metaphysics can become the opiate of the people. Religion can become the opiate of the people. Politics can become the opiate of the people. Culture can become the opiate of the people. If you lose your meiotic balance and you don't have both feet on the ground, and as Dr. Africa said, if you are not grounded properly, then you are not going to pick up the correct vibrations from the universe and the cosmos. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Why am I talking to you this way? Because I love you. I really love you. I don't care what you think of what I say. You should know that by now. I don't give a damn what you think about what I say. I didn't come to a Dale Carnegie conference on how to win fair friends and influence people. We all must admit, brothers and sisters, that we lost our name, lost our religion, lost our culture, lost our God, our folkways, our mores, and our norms. And many of us, by the way we act, we have even lost our minds. A people that become so extremely wrapped up to the point of imbalance in any discipline, any study, any endeavor, anything that could improve us and even elevate us. And again, do not have that balance. It can destroy us. Some of us have given up. You don't have to confess to me. I'm not a priest. But some of us have given up. Some of us have given up. And because we have given up, we've shot our minds out in the sky, out in space. Help is going to come from out in space. Somebody's going to come and kill a white man. In fact, one teacher out there said they're already here. They've already arrived from somewhere out there in the galaxy. Look, black man, you first, black woman as well, because you must pass this on to our babies. We both must pass it on to our babies. But as you breathe of your inspiration into that life that you take into your bosom and feed from the essence of which the Almighty, wise God and Creator has blessed you with, you must hear this as well. But come on, black man, ain't no damn body gonna come and free us from outer space. You can say I'm not spiritual enough. You can stand up here and hit on the warriors. Or you can stand anywhere and hit on those who are going into war and even say to some degree, we can't beat this white man. You're giving up. You've been here so long until you're giving up. If we're gonna beat him, can we just beat him with a gun? No. If we're gonna beat him, can we just beat him with some bombs? No. Some planes? No. Some tanks, some ships? No, but you damn better have some of that. And your diet better be straight so you don't get weak. Your finger tremble and shake. Not strong enough to apply the pounds of pressure that is required. Say you got into guns now. Damn right. Say, Charlie don't believe in God no more. You lying. I believe in God and the gun. And I believe that he would bless me to shoot straight when it's time to shoot straight. Look at it. You're the first people in the dark and the first people in the light of the sun. It's true. We did not look like we look now. It's true. We were not. Brother Phil Valentine, as he just so beautifully said, we were not in this form that we are presently in. If we were in the triple blackness of the universe, and from the atom of life, set in motion, self-created ourselves, then that means that everything else came later. The black woman needs to be taught in a way that will help to cure her, heal her, purify her from what this no good.
How much more do you want me to play?
Oh, that's it. I think that'd be. I mean, the point was made was a little bit further back, but that's pretty powerful. I mean, it don't get no clearer than that. I mean, that was one of my favorite clips. I mean, he said, the hell that we're catching from this beast, ain't nobody gonna shoot my mind out in space and tell me that my biggest enemy is some reptilians from another galaxy. I'll be damned if I'm gonna go for it. Then you got another dude running around here talking about he's from another planet. Let me tell you, I ain't following no nigga from another planet. Khalid Muhammad, that was deep. That was heavy.
The point I want to get at is when they wanted to address me, on aliens and Pickle Man and Anunnaki and reptilians. Okay? First of all, what Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad said cannot be said no more perfect than what that brother said. And that will reign true until there is no more mankind. Why do I say that? No matter if you were an Nubian, a Moor, an Israelite, Nation of Islam, Nation of God's Earth, whether you are a nationalist, the premise, the entire premise is based on a people that have lost the knowledge of themselves. And I'm going to say it. I know some don't like it. I know some may disagree. But I'm going to call it for what it is based on what history has shown. We are in the state that we are in because of the Europeans. Because of what transpired through the Inquisitions, to the African slave trade, to right now. All these shootings that we see in urban areas where black people are killing black people, where the police are killing black people, wars, financial crisis, the environment, Planned Parenthood, welfare, the prison industrial complex, the healthcare system, the educational system, religion, languages that we speak that are not the languages that were ours, names that we have that were not the names of our people, deities that we worship, religions that we adhere to that was not what our ancestors were upon, is due to white supremacy, is due to capitalism, not no goddamn alien, not a reptilian. You tell me, when did an alien come on the planet Earth and snatch up a bunch of people and bring them on ships and separate them from their families and give them Jesus and give them English and Spanish and Portuguese and call them the names that we've been called throughout the history of time to present? You tell me what alien did that? It was not an alien. It was a person that did that. So your diversion tactic and what you do to mislead a people is no different than the religious people that are telling people that they have to believe in Jesus or else they'll go to hell. That they have to believe in Allah or they're going to go to hell. That they had to adhere to the laws, the commandments. That they have to adhere to a book. That there's this hellfire, which is a tactic to use, which is called fatalism. There is no difference in what you are saying and professing than what these people are saying and professing. So spare me the fucking bullshit. And people need to really realize this and wake up to this. Now, Malik, how are they capitalists? How are they white supremacists? Well, what is capitalism? Capitalism is economic classism, sexism, and racism. Did not he exploit his people? How do you think he got what he got on Bushwick, in Monticello, in Spring Valley, in Georgia? How did he get what he got? How do some of his children have the things that they have materialistically? It was due to black people that were exploited. That's classism. That's economic classism. Well, how is he a sexist? Were there not women that were raped and molested? And boys that were molested? And looked at as sexual objects to feed his sexual deviancy hunger? Did that not happen? Did he not plead guilty to child molestation, to pedophilia? Is that not on record? Do we not see the video in which he says that? Do we not have with us tonight on this platform one of the legal advisors that took over when Brother Wajahu left? Do we not have Wajahu in our midst today? Do we not have legal documents in our midst today to show this? But yet we want to come up with excuses. Excuses like religious-minded people will do to justify the dirtiness, to control the people. Well, how is he a racist? Did he not say the white man was the devil at one point in time and then have white people in his cult? Which in turn would bring him revenue, would bring him money, which is economic classism. Is there not people that were once upon a time a part of the cult that are my complexion, maybe a little bit darker? Or individuals that were sympathizers who would study this and then in turn says, I don't agree with the man. And now all of a sudden, they are now six ether. Now all of a sudden they are devils because they don't agree with what was taught. Is that not a form of racism? Is he not demonstrated the devices of capitalism? Has he not accepted and embraced homosexuality, which is a device of capitalism? Has he not lied on a great deal of academia of the academic world of it, and at the same time used it and twisted it and perverted it to control a people? Did he not allow people who were sick to get proper medical treatment? But yet, doctor that lived on the land in Georgia, did he not use these things? Did he not use religion, which is a device of capitalism? Did he not use media as a means to control the people? These are all signs of a white supremacist capitalist. A white supremacist does not just mean someone who is Anglo-Saxon. A white supremacist can expound and can go far beyond that. So I say that he's a cracker. And I say that anybody who adheres to this ideology that he has is a cracker, is a white supremacist, is a capitalist. You deceive people. There's no compassion that should be shown to these people. They have mocked black power. They have mocked black power. He makes himself more than what he is. He claims to be this and he claims to be that and this and that. And every single individual through the course of history, somehow he is connected to or he is. Y'all need. How much more do y'all need to see that the evidence is here, but you choose not to because the excuse that is used is that he is a black leader and that the white man framed him? No, he framed himself. He is not a Mumia. He is not a Malcolm. He is not a Khalid. He is not a Jamil Alameen. He is not a real freedom fighter. He is not a real political prisoner. He is not militant. He's not revolutionary. He is counter-revolutionary. He is against the cause. Was he not a registered Republican? Did he not vote for Bush? But yet in turn, prior to that, he had a book called Leviathan 666. The white man, yet you voted for one of the most wickedest men that existed on the planet. He is a liar. He is a devil. He is a deceiver. The evidence is here. The nails is in the coffin. After tonight, I have no more to say about this talk. If you don't see it, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to deal with it no more. The only way in which I will deal with this is if these bastards come out and they say things that somebody got to say something about, because there's only a few of us that will dare stand up to the plate when it comes to this group that will say something. This is a man that inspired Afrika Bambaataa. Afrika Bambaataa wants to be Dr. Port. He inspired him. You don't believe me? Check it out. Go listen to what Bambaataa speaks. He regurgitates Nuwaubianism. He wanted to purchase land. He wanted to have a compound. He called himself the Amun-Ra or the Amun-Ra of hip hop. Too much comparisons, there's too much similarities. Then this is dangerous. But to mock black power, but then in turn you say that you want unification, that you want the people to be unified, and then you'll sit there and have the audacity to say, well, why do you talk about us? Why don't you bang on the white man? God damn it, some of us do bang on the white man. But some of us is going to bang on people who are imposters. Don't get that shit fucking confused. Diversion tactic. So, my thing is, you wanted me to sit and hear about some goddamn pickle man and the Anunnaki and aliens and planet Risk. Now, what are you going to produce to prove that they exist other than what Dr. Pork has stated in a book, an audio, and a video? What are you going to produce?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. And y'all in denial that y'all believe. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing to have a belief. For some reason in your heads, belief is this evil thing. Everybody has a belief. Not everybody has facts. What arrogance do you have to think that you have facts? Anybody who sits there and claims I have the facts, I have the total truth. You are an arrogant son of a bitch and you are a liar. And you are a deceiver. And it's about time that fit dressed. We cannot pick and choose. So this whole time, when I was wanting to address this, to having 6 Dynasty as a platform to talk about this, or Doggy Diamonds, or Joel Benjamin, this is something that needs to be talked about. We can't pick and choose. I don't understand the logic, man. I don't understand the logic. We have people that were molested and people that were raped, and some of the people that were raped are children from this man. If that happened to somebody in your family, what are you going to say? Oh, it's allegations. I don't have all the proof. I don't know. I don't know. And let me close this out. The Walking Assassin and the Yorkians. You called us out to debate, but prior to Princess being locked up for beating a 5-year-old child, and I'm going to say he did, about some other individuals in this quote-unquote conscious community, they were full of shit. Nobody wants to listen because, I don't know, it's just like we lack observation. We lack just comprehension skills. All you got to do is shut your fucking mouth sometimes and open your ears and open your eyes and just watch the wisdom, wise words or wise actions. Watch what is being said and watch being done. And you can see fuckery a mile away. Anybody could do it. Anybody could do it. But how I ran out at the time of when he was locked up. Mm-hmm. And now they want to have a fucking Sundance. A $50,000 Sundance. But yet they turn around and they shit on African spirituality. Native American Sundance, which is an offering, which would be the equivalent of what we call an Igbo, an offering. And there are multiple Igbos, not always dealing with a sacrifice of an animal, which I know for some reason just seems to spook the Nuwapians out. Oh my God, they're talking about sacrificing animals. Do not Muslims sacrifice animals when they eat halal meat? The prerequisites of when you make the Hajj, if you do not shave your hair off, then you have to sacrifice an animal. Right? Or did y'all skip over that? Did y'all choose on that? Y'all used to be Israelite, right? Do not the Israelites eat kosher meat? Or not the animal sacrifice? But when all of a sudden, when it comes to African spirituality, evil. Do you know how goddamn hypocritical and retarded you sound? And you sound like a Bible-thumping Christian. So I'm done with y'all. I'm done. Y'all bums. Y'all scared. You're insulting. You're a disgrace. I don't like y'all. Black power.
Okay, that was heavy. I feel the passion.
All right, I think I'm ready. Amadi, you got the page up. I'm gonna just read from it as far as the source. Try to start this off a little bit. You there, Amadi?
I got you.
You got the screen. I gotta share the screen. Hold on. You there? Can you see it?
I got it pulled up on my screen.
All right.
It's the one that you sent me?
Yeah. So we can start from the beginning.
I got it up.
All right. All right, so they can see it. We can just kind of like read from that. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll read from mine. You just roll with it as I go. All right, say greetings. This document will be a compilation because, as I told you before, the Nawapian cults are very sketchy about what takes place. As you will read and see, the link is on a script where they are discussing the topic. So here it says, how do we as Nawapians view homosexuality? All right, it says, in order to open the portals, we need 2 gatekeepers and a golden child in the middle to judge them for their sexual preference is to miss their true purposes and what they have to offer the world. Hotep. So this is what I was telling y'all before, that they talking about you need basically, they talking about 2 gatekeepers here. Another place they say 4, but a child has to be in the middle. Now, how does a child judge two grown individuals, hermaphrodites at that, on their sexual purpose? It's ridiculous. But this is the type of foolishness they talking about. All right. Then it said more on this can be cleared up on a gateway and their guardians. Go to www.wunawupu.com. Look under Outformation. Is there for clarity. Yasar. Then it says, we let nature take its course. Ali, why should we be against it if they were born this way? Then it says, I have underlined the term gatekeepers, gateway to first establish who and what are gatekeepers. This link is to an article written by a Nawapian cult member explaining what a gatekeeper's so-called purpose is according to the Nawapian doctrine per Dwight David York, aka Dr. Malachi Z. York. And they can see the link, but this is the part I pulled out of it. All right, this is what the guy said who on the website. He said, greetings. The missive given in 2 parts was inspired after noting the division and stagnation of my people over the issue of homosexuality in our race, and taking a day to watch the documentaries Taboo Yardies, Homophobia in Jamaica, Homophobia, Hunted in Russia, Italy, Cameroon state-sanctioned homophobia, BBC News, Nigerian gay being hunted down, Have Mercy. This compilation is a hopeful in the scales toward balancement, love, and gratitude to Pa Nabab Yanun, a.k.a. Malachi York, the doggone elder Malidoma Som, King Etznab, Shaquan El Ray, and Alicia Banks for the teachings and the data that made this post possible. Please read on. In pre-colonial Africa, naturally born homosexuals were called gatekeepers. So here we see that the word gatekeeper is interchangeable with homosexual, okay? You must remember that our ancient African ancestors were also scientists and geneticists, and they had long since discovered the reality of gender science. In the first seeding of the physical creation on earth, there were 24 beings incarnated. This is coming from the book Dimensional Shift, 12 series and 12 from Orion. They were manifested out of their own root race and morphogenetic forms, both gendered races, all females and all males represented in equal standing. That's my word. I coined the word equal standing in 2011, and York just stole that and put that in their book. I just want y'all to know that. I coined the word equal standing, all right? To populate the planet, to progress through their lineage. All right? Go down a little further. It says the ancients taught that most who are naturally hormone sexual, male, and shemosexual, female, are formed that way around the 4th and 8th month of a woman's pregnancy. But it was her first 3 to 6 weeks of pregnancy that determined what her child would become. This is done by the emotional and mental state of a woman during this time, which contains sex hormones that affect the formation of the child. Now, in ancient times, gays and lesbians were referred to as muknashatutu or hermaphrodites, and muknash. What is that? Muknash hermaphrodites. The definition of a hermaphrodite is morphing into a she and vice versa, and they did not have necessarily speaking the genetic, what is that, the genitalia of both sexes. That is an anomaly. In religion, they live by two extremes, good and evil, and two ends of existence, life and death. So the adherents don't see life a living between. They don't recognize the fact of stages of life, no extreme without all between them, not just hot and cold, without warm and cool, and all stages between them, the same with gender in both humans and animals. There are no male, all male genes. He has XY. Both intersex traits exist in both humans and animals. What is called homosexual activity happens between animals. Many are born a male physically, yet with female spirit, and many are born physically female, yet with a male spirit. All states in between. You study the fact and find out nature is not black and white. Nature is not good and bad. Nature is not spirit and matter. In fact, nature is circular insofar as gender. And so if you go down, like I said, you'll see the book, Dimensional Shift. And in that book, scroll down a little bit, Marty. You see the yellow cover? You got it?
Uh-huh.
All right, now we go to the next part. This is coming out the book so y'all can see it. This is how York is trying to tie in homosexuality with the alien agenda. All right. Number 261. As the consciousness passed from one life to the next, the DNA would assemble so the Ba, soul, could learn its way on the path, Sarat, which you could tell he stole that from the Quran when they talk about the Sarat Mustaqim and all that. This is a bunch of foolishness. Path, Sarat of evolution to divine being. In the first seeding of the physical creation on earth, there were 24 beings incarnated, 12 from Sabat, Sirius, females, and 12 from Sahat, Orion, males. They were manifested out of their own root races, morphogenetic forms. Both gender races, all female and all males, represented in equal standard to populate the planet to progress through their lineage. However, being that the Sabatu were pure XX and the Sahu were pure YX, their first offspring came out XYX, YXY, XY. And you go down to the next one, and it says, however, being that the Sabatu were pure XX and the Sahu were pure XY, their first offsprings came out XYX and YXY. The neuter gender dual souls of, it says, hermaphrodite and hermaphrodites, who at first could not give birth or reproduce. The Sabatu and Sahu had to mix their own DNA in order to give birth, who became homosexual, which later became known as what? Homosexual. So York is teaching that Nawapians descended from aliens who couldn't mix, and then they created some homosexuals, and the homosexuals gave birth to the rest of the black race. That's the foolishness that y'all dealing with. This is the stuff they don't teach, like Chuck said. When you really break down the core, when you try to establish chronological order, it don't make no sense, because before that he was teaching that the Anunnaki came and mixed in with the monkey that was here when they said that they wanted to make something. And since Enki was from this planet and Anu was from somewhere else, and Anunnaki was doing the work, and they got tired of doing the labor. They said, we need to make somebody else to do the work. And according to them, they said, Enki said, well, that being already exists, talking about the monkey, that we was going to mix their DNA with the monkey, and then they killed the Anunnaki and use his image, and then they jumped the evolution of the monkey. So now he's talking years later from the tablets and stuff like that. Now you're talking in 2015, 16, 17. Now you're saying some gay aliens was the actual root race instead of the monkey. So you see what I'm saying? Now when you flip it and go from school to school, it makes no sense. Now you got to throw the whole thing out, because now the monkey has nothing to do with this, because the way they just describe it, that's just the beginning of that right there. Now we're going to go into this other little debate I was doing. So give me a second.
Noon, real quick before you start, can I just throw something real fast?
Go ahead, Mike.
A lot of that stuff that the Guardians of the Gateway and the homosexuals, he had talked about that a little while back, but he took some of that information also and twisted it. Some of y'all might be familiar. Credo Mutwa, right. He's an African that talks about this, and if you go read some of his books, I believe African Moon Goddess and some other books, he gets into how homosexuals are the guardians of the gateway. And like you bring up this thing with the golden child. Now they're saying that York's got to get out of prison to touch these golden children and activate them. That's some funny ass shit.
Right. I've seen that. And they see that this is, regardless of how they try to frame it, it still goes into what he was doing, because if this is what he really came to teach, like I told him, if he went to jail, now he's telling what he really came to teach. That really should make you really look at that. You mean to tell me you danced around for 30-something years and then tell people what you really came to teach them, which is what? You need to get some hermaphrodites and a child in the middle to judge them, but y'all tell us don't judge homosexuals. I don't understand that. Like that's a contradiction. And what knowledge of the child has of homosexuals? I mean, what is the child supposed to do? They supposed to watch them do some kind of sexual act and then the child judge them? Like that makes no sense. So it's a whole bunch of hogwash. But I'm gonna go to a all right, Amadi, can you see the screen that I'm on now?
Hold on, I gotta go back and stop sharing my screen.
All right. And do I gotta share it again or you got it?
Now share your screen. Let me see.
All right, hold on. It doesn't matter which one of these things I click, like desktop, I can just click that. I think it's sharing now. You see it?
Fuck. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Yeah, my shit was acting crazy.
Okay.
Take your time. Take your time.
Let me see. I'm
gonna add this in too. Give me a second.
Amadi, Chuck, I sent you something in your inbox. Chuck wants you to play, brother.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, you
got it. Now check this out. Now remember one of the definitions in the dimensional shift video. Remember he said homosexual and then she homosexual, right? Y'all remember when I was reading the definition from the gatekeeper?
Yep.
All right. They said they defined the female hermaphrodite as a shemosexual. Now, if you look up the definition of shemosexual, right, this is what the Nawapian literature is defining their hermaphrodite males and females. It says a highly sexual creature that appears to be female but will have sex with anything. A shemosexual, then most when she got that bill bottle up her pussy. So that's the definition of a shemosexual. This is what I'm saying. Like you're pulling stuff from everywhere and just throwing it in there. And this is what they do. They just murder words and then it's supposed to make some damn sense. They don't make no sense. You can see my screen.
You on deck. Yeah, I ain't got to do nothing else. Anything you show.
All right. Okay. Okay. You see that picture of Marvin Gaye? Let me know when y'all see that.
It's already there.
All right. Now this is a conversation I had with some Nawapians July 17, 2015, when we started digging into this homosexual conversation. Now listen to this. Now watch this, y'all. This is a conversation we had when we started questioning them about it. All right. So it starts here. Jackie says no. Anoop says, show me the homosexual and homosexuals that are gatekeepers, right? He says, Jackie said, I don't know who they are. However, I can assure you Caitlyn Bruce Jenner is not one. Bakari says, they wish they knew about the gatekeepers. Anu says, oh, okay, cool. There are specific homosexuals and homosexuals York was looking for. He said, you must be one of them, Bakari. You are homosexual? Did you see me laugh? We said, Anu, looking for the gatekeeper, hermaphrodites and hermaphrodites, specific people, but yes, but not just any old homosexual or homosexual. This is a Nawapian saying that York was looking for homosexuals, special homosexuals. Okay? Now we keep going. Then it says, I asked him, even would make this so hard, pause, to find these homosexuals. How are York gonna find these homosexuals or homosexuals from behind bars? Then he says, I'm not following you. Who's making it hard? LOL. Then I said, are the homosexuals or homosexuals in jail with him? If he found them in jail, will the Nawapians have to commit crimes to get in jail to go through the portals to leave Earth? Anu says, Bakari might be one. Are you? Jackie says, to your first question, I don't know. To your second question, I don't know. That's a what if scenario, and I don't deal in what ifs. Besides, let's say he did find the gatekeepers in jail, then what? How are we to do the proper rituals with them from behind the wall? Afi said, it's not in the books. I choose to be this. It is a part of my own sector and choice to be an unorthodox Nawapian. Anu said, proper rituals, what y'all gonna do with them? Then he said, you're gonna be in the ritual with the homosexuals and homosexuals. If Doc asks you to join the portal, I'm hesitant to know what portal is gonna open. Laughing my effing ass off. Neil says opening opening the butthole rituals to harness the daylight of poo-poo doo-doo-coo. Anu said, chill there, LOL. We want to see Jack Queen answer. Queeple said, I can't believe my eyes right now, LOL. Bakari said, you Negroes think the Hootie is gay, so of course I don't expect anything intelligent coming from you Negroes about known science, knowing the Wapu, especially in regards to gatekeepers. It's called intellectual, immature, and just a bunch of foolish Negroes. Anu said, defending the homosexuals and homosexuals, you joining the ritual too? He said, I don't need to defend it. I know the true teaching. You slaves are special ed. I expect nothing but what you fools have been spewing. Actually, in the Wapu, you are the slave. You understand you need hermaphrodites and homosexuals to perform your rituals. You sick Negro. Y'all Negroes really defending this gay-ish. LOL, man. This code is powerful. What can you logically tell me that you need homosexuals for? To harness that gay energy from the moon of what you worship? I guess is what we've been telling you. Fools, you're in a sick cult, you fool Bakari. Bakari say, it's gay if you a noon fool. You special ed students don't know our teachings. LOL, I'm sitting back laughing at you fools, taking this gay-ish, talking this gay-ish. You people aren't that bright. Anu said, if it ain't till you sit back and reflect on life and say, damn, I was really part of a ritual that homosexuals and hermaphrodites were a part of, your children would look at you like you're sick. As a matter of fact, I think kids are a part of the ritual. Was he always trying the ritual? A Negro, the only reason we're speaking about it, and it goes on, talking about this don't make me gay, y'all. It's just a ritual that York made me believe that a penis in the butt ain't gay. This ish sound like the ish the kids were saying in the courtroom in the trial, and stupid Negroes like Bakari still falling for it. You Negroes got me upset. I'm going to bed. This ish is gay. Bakari's special ed class is out of session. Wow. Jacque said, proper rituals, yes. The average person isn't opening any portals to other dimensions just like that without some knowledge of the other side. I don't have the rights to conduct this ritual. I say proper because rituals must be done right for them be positive to those involved. Afi said, now that you put it in that context, I agree 100% the facts. And I know you was going there, just wanted to be sure. Zamal Hatap. Rituals must be done right. So this is the picture of Hermes that's in the rituals. This is where he sent them to one of his followers. Arthur Abrams said, our beloved master teacher told us that people who have negative feelings against people called homosexuals have insecurities about their own sexuality. Wow. He also stated during the last 6 classes before his kidnapping that he was in search of the hermaphrodites who are the gatekeepers and control the 4 winds. Now, those of us who are students of the master teacher, if we cannot deal with the affirmation given to us, and particularly in the wisdom of Zidhuti, the actual facts books break down 7 genetic codes, how we to deal with the existence of hermaphrodites, as well as homosexuals, which we all are. So you'll call all of them homosexuals. And this is a picture he made of Tahuti, and you can see the penis on top of the forehead. You can see that's a damn penis. This is the sickness that York was producing. So that's just the first part of that. And I just wanted to establish that this is what they're into now. And that's the core teaching, that the golden child is definitely a child, and that they want the child to be involved with hermaphrodites in some type of sexual ritual. So I wanted to go to somewhere else too. Just give me a second. All right, let me go to here first.
Oh man, I'm still.
And don't forget that if y'all want to hear about them talking about the gay teachings, you have to Chuck sent me that video. What's the name of it again, Chuck? Hold
on. What?
Hold on.
I'm still eating. Hold on.
All right, I got the link. I got it.
Okay.
I'm still up there, Marty. I'm still on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna just load this real quick, then we'll go to the next one, because people need to definitely be taught. This is really for the audience who haven't been exposed to what York is teaching, and also, you know, the rest of the panel who thought that they was following something that was going to promote black masculinity and equality amongst the females, but it's not, because you see York has always shifted it from after the religion to the black woman is more important than the black man, and that the black man is an image of the female, and he ran with that. Now he's saying that the hermaphrodite, which is a person with 2 sex organs, is the true image. So now they have to redo their whole thing, and now they have to secretly they looking for men and women that got both sex organs to feel like it's special. And when I was saying this the last couple of episodes, that that Nawapians are looking for these hermaphrodites to open up a gay portal, I wasn't being funny. I was just telling you exactly what they was telling me. We just read that they need these so-called hermaphrodites to open up a gay portal for that stuff to happen. Here's a video that Chuck did on does York promote homosexuality, so I'm finna play it.
I am Mercetet Bastet Ya Nafotet Sit Atumbre. I am a student teacher of the master teacher, Pamanzal Mizdar Amun Nabab Re Ahkuta. Hu Kawan Hara. He is free. Gatekeepers are born totally feminine in body with a male spirit, or totally masculine and body with a female spirit. So the anatomy is a woman completely with all the physical attributes of a female, with a male spirit inside of her, or a male with all the physical attributes of a male with a female spirit inside of him. Many oversexed persons are mistaken for gatekeepers and are called gays, and other terms which also helped birth homophobia, and misuse the term homosexuality. The word homo is from homogeneous, which means the same nature. That would mean two males of the same nature
Did Tarnoon drop out?
Yeah, I think we lost him.
He'll pop back in.
Yeah, and just for the record, so people that know that saw that video, that sister's not in the cult anymore. So I think the Wapians need to ask her why she left, since they like to bring up why do people leave after the fact. And I went into several visits with that sister you just saw in the video, and I'll let you ask her in her own words why she left. I ain't gonna speak for nobody. And she had one of the highest positions at that time that video came out in the organization. She was the as the highest female in the order, and those that have been around know what I'm talking about. So why don't we ask her why she left? Since the Wapians always like to bring up this bullshit, you know, why did people leave after the fact, after York got incarcerated? Because again, when you're in that cult mindset and you're brainwashed into that bullshit, you don't see it. But he's back. But family, I'm going to excuse myself because I got to be up in a few hours. So I just want to say peace to everybody.
Peace, Mike.
I'll catch everybody on the next round.
Any form of sexual contact, they become hormone-sexual because they're experiencing a mental change caused by hormone change, which will...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, my bad. Let me run it back. I didn't know I dropped out. Hold on. Let me run it back.
And misuse the term homosexuality.
Share your screen.
It's from...
Oh, okay, my bad.
You could.
All right, hold on. My bad, homie. All right. Can you see the screen now?
Yep, there you go.
All right, here we go.
Spirit inside of him. Many oversexed persons are mistaken for gatekeepers and are called gays, and other terms which also helped birth homophobia, and misuse the term homosexuality. The word homo is from homogeneous, which means the same nature. That would mean two males of the same nature, the exact same in nature. Nature means the qualities of anything: life, force, disposition. That would give the meaning of two males who think and act as well as feel the same in all ways, including sexuality. So in fact, homosexual would be two heterosexual males or straight males. And as soon as they have any form of sexual contact, they become not homosexuals, but hormone sexuals. And what this means is when you have two males that are together, that's still dressed like men, not a male that wants to be a female or transgend into a female, and then a male with that person. This means two men who still want to wear pants, who don't want to wear makeup, who are still men who get together. They are what you call hormone sexuals, not to be mistaken for somebody who wants to wear, you know, or even females. If you have two females that look like females, then that would be considered of the same nature, think the same, act the same, feel the same way in both nature and sexuality. So they would be called hormone sexuals. The reason why is because as soon as they have any form of sexual contact, They become hormosexual because they're experiencing a mental change caused by a hormone change, which will affect their lives. So once they get and mix their fluids genetically, it changes the way they think because their hormones are heightened with the same particular hormone. It's no longer level. So that's why it changes the way they think and feel. They may become more effeminate or they may become more masculine, depending on the gender. No, the real gatekeepers are very important. So you must understand that the real gatekeepers are important. Only they can open the gate to the spiritual realms because these beings vibrate on a dual level. There is no room for error. You need the four winds. That is 2 XYX beings and 2 YXY beings, plus 1 golden child in the center to activate the force at the right time, in the right place, surrounded by XX and XY beings.
So now, to go back a little bit, now you see that they have a different thing now. Now you have 2 men that still want to be men, but they want to mess with each other. But that they change it up a little bit. Then when you get further down, then you start seeing the hermaphrodite is different. And like I told you, now they're saying they need the hermaphrodites to open up a gay portal, but they need a child in the middle, and there's no room for error, and to activate the force, which we know ain't nothing but the force of pedophilia and lust. That's all it is. It's no other force that can exist between some grown-ups and a child in some type of sexual act. But then even before that, she even says that many oversexed persons are considered gatekeepers. That's a lie, because anybody that's oversexed is considered a damn nymphomaniac. This is just basic mundane information. And I'm glad Chuck did this video because it's just showing you the sickness of these people. Y'all still there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, okay. All right. Hold on, because I wanted to go to something else. Can you still see my screen, or do I need to share it again?
It looks pixelated right now.
Okay, I think. Hold on for a minute. Let me share my screen again. All right. Now, Nuwaubians claim to be, the so-called predecessors and successors of Egyptian culture, pre-Egyptian and all of that stuff, correct? You got my screen, Amadi?
Kind of jazzed up.
That's Amadi doing that. I'm waiting on him.
Okay.
Let me know if y'all can see it.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. Now, if you go down to where my cursor is, it said, Hail Kerti, because this is the negative confession from the Papyrus of Ani. It said, who comes forth from Amentet, I have not committed adultery, I have not lain with men. So how can you purport to be a part of Egyptian culture and one of the negative confessions and not sleep with men? So how does that work?
Oh boy.
I'm just saying, I don't understand how that's supposed to work. And this is the definition I told you right here for shemosexual. You can see it right here. That's the definition in their book. And it tells you it's a highly sexual creature that appears to be female but will have sex with anything. So this is what York was talking about, an oversexed person. This is the definition for shemosexual. So so this is all they thinking about while they pretending to be clean and running around talking about Leviathan and sex forces, but their own book defines the female so-called hermaphrodite gatekeeper that they're looking for is full of sex. Let me see here. Because there's another one I wanted to get into that just show how the craziness of these people. Hold on. All right, let me go here. Let's see, where did she put that at? Hold on.
Okay. At some point, if we get a chance to, Amadi, I want to touch on this. They have a new publication out that is supposed to be York's this claim that he's supposed to be from Ghana, born in Ghana. His mother's born in Ghana. I mean, the nonsense, the lies just never stops. So at some point, I'm going to get a chance to go into that if we have time.
Okay, this is a older post, and can you? I need to share my screen again.
Yeah, we see it. We see it.
All right, so you can see what Kweepu reshared it off an older post that I did, but it says from a previous post done by Tanan, he gave a great breakdown of the Makfuzet and how it is a sex ritual dealing with the drinking of semen. Then it goes into the open mouth ceremony, monatomic gold, etc. So when the Wapian decided to make a golden milk recipe, this is sick. It's one thing to make a healthy drink, but it's another to name it after a sex ritual which deals with drinking semen. What is wrong with you, Nawapians? So this is a Nawapian that took, because if you take the word Makfuzet, and they got a video on, like I said, I broke the whole thing down, that's a code word for drinking York semen and all of that, which we'll go to that. But this right here, he just took stuff like turmeric, antiviral, that's what it does, ginger, and coconut oil, honey, and all of that stuff, and that's what he named it, Makfuzet. So if you don't know that, you just think that this is just some basic. Of course, it's healthy stuff, but the title is Makfuzet, and you don't understand where it comes from, you're in trouble. So this is what I was discussing later. You can see the date, October 29th, 2015. I say it's obvious York is discussing drinking semen in the disguise to become one with the Natharu, as he calls them. This falls in line with the god men fertility code of which York incorporated into his teaching in different little secret orders on Tamaray. The Makfuzet was, as spoken earlier, was used as a code word for semen, and in Athens, Georgia, some of York's sons in those Masonic orders in 2009, 2010 or so had Nawabian females believing they will become greater if they perform oral sex on them to receive special powers because York was their father, just more Leviathan by way of York's sex fluid filled mind. Then it says, so his Makfuzet was wholly filled with the green light. And I'm breaking the video down at the Makfuzet video at 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Pandabar talks about drinking the Makfuzet semen and feeling strange and becoming a golden child, or it turns back into a powder. At 7:41 to 8 minutes, York calls himself the monoatomic gold, which we know York isn't a powder substance. To prove this point further about semen being used as a code word, symbolic or in combination for religious practices, found in a book called Revelation of the Holy Grail, which I put the picture of the book right there. And then it says at 11 minutes and 46 seconds forward, Pandabar calls man's sperm white wine and female's blood cells red wine. So it should be clear that Makfuzet is definitely sexually orientated dealing with York. It's safe to say York is trying to tell his followers to engage in sex with psychedelic mushrooms and homosexual acts under the new term hermaphrodite, homosexual, let it be known. Now, so what I did a little more research so I can bring this home to my people. So you can still see my screen.
Yeah, go ahead. We see it.
Okay, this right here is called A Treatise of Sexual Alchemy, a book by Samuel Aun Weir. All right, and it said, I'll work in red and white. So it's like 46 verses, but I couldn't chop it because I don't want to lose the intent. The regimes of our philosophical stone are 5. To reduce the metals to their crude matter, to convert our philosophical earth into mercury and sulfur, to unite our sulfur with the sun and with the moon, to elaborate the white elixir. All right, remember he said red and white. Now remember that York said red and white. He's talking about the semen of the man and the red for the woman. to give the color of cinnabar to this elixir and to elaborate the red elixir, which is the semen, based on it. The reduction of the metals to their crude matter is purely what? Sexual magic. This is how our philosophical earth is reduced to fire and the mercury of secret philosophy. Our sulfur is solar and lunar. During the sexual act, the white elixir and the red elixir, the gold and the silver, that is to say, the man and the woman sexually united have the power of transmuting the metals of our personality into the pure gold of the spirit. The philosophical sulfur is the red tincture, the fire of the kundalini. It is the spirit of the Roman vitriol. Aristotle stated in the Book of Meteors, all the alchemists know that it is not possible to change the form of the metals in any way unless they previously have been reduced to their crude matter. We must sublimate our philosophical mercury. The mercury passes through the process of distillation, thickening, putrefaction, burning, and settling in its sexual mattress in its furnace. Our philosophical earth absorbs the fertilized water that it longs for. Thus, it calms its thirst. Later on, it produces hundreds of fruits. When our philosophical earth or human organism is saturated with Christonic semen, it produces the eternal fruits of great cosmic realization. Before adding the fermentation, let your black water be whitened. The crow that flew from the ark of Noah is our black water that we must whiten. It is the mercury of the secret philosophy that we must shine with the pure gold of the spirit. The crow's head, mother, heart, and root of other colors is the filthy brass, the black waste, the bronze of the philosophers. It is the humus. It is the black sulfur. It is the male spouse, etc. It is necessary to whiten the black crow. It's necessary to transmute lead into gold. And you can see the picture of a man and a woman in the bed, and so a crow is on the way to them. Our great work is nothing more than a permutation of natures and evolution of the elements. The pure gold of the spirit is the fire, water, vinegar of the philosophers, the virginal milk that reduces all the metals to their crude matter. The crow that flew from the ark of Noah is perfect mercury, another name for the moon god. It is the dove of the Holy Spirit. It is necessary to make the four elements rotate in a circle to permute their natures. It is necessary to convert the earth into matter, the water into air, and the air into fire. Again, you see a man that's sitting here naked and got two little birds or something with breasts and male heads and some other weird looking things. You can see the female signal, all these other little signals and signs for sexual nature. All right, then it said, those who do not die and resurrect must abandon our sacred art. It is necessary to die in order to live. It is necessary to lose everything in order to gain everything. On the extreme of our blessed tone, two torches burn, the gold and the silver, the man and the woman sexually united. On the other extreme, there's the elixir of perfection, which is the son of the two. It is not possible to pass from one extreme to the other without passing through the middle. There are four waters. The first dissolves the moon's lime and transmutes it into the mercury of secret philosophy. The second dissolves gold, yellow, the metals, and causes them to shine. The third reduces the metals to their crude matter. The fourth is the perfect mercury, the pure gold of the spirit. The first two waters of the red elixir and the white elixir, with which we perform our works in red and white, which is the male and the female. Our philosophical stone is black, red, and white. The mercury.
Oh, man. Okay, Amadi.
I'm here. He fell out.
The signal drop again. I sent him a message saying he fell out.
He'll come back in. He was going in.
Yeah, he's going. I think it's pretty clear from just this alone that you know, this group really needs some major scrutinizing. You know, this stuff that these people are talking about.
Yeah.
You know, because this is stuff that the average Nuwaubian, the average person don't even know about. You know, not just stuff from the past, but this what they're pushing today. I mean, it's not any kind of a motivating, self-growing cultural expansion. This is some kind of weird, you know, sexual ritualistic cult type of nonsense. This is some Jim Jonesy style stuff.
Yeah, some of that. There you go. You back in, Tarno.
Okay, I got one. But did y'all hear when I finished?
Nah, you was going in and you cut out.
All right, hold on. They sent me to retry. Hold on.
Damn, he fell out of it.
Keep it going.
All right. What part did y'all? What did you hit me last?
You had just got past the one scene where it was showing, because they was asking. I was looking in the chat room. They was asking about the crow.
Right.
Showed the picture. You was like a little past that.
Yeah, that little guy.
Okay, yeah. Can y'all see the two people in the bed?
Share your screen. Let me let you present to everybody.
Okay, my bad. I keep forgetting about that. My bad. I'm sorry, y'all.
Cool.
All right. Can y'all see the crow?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is, again, we're talking about sexual magic and the way York extracts from these different scenes and these different books that he get, and he's filtering that out. I'm gonna read this, and it's gonna lead up to what I'm gonna show y'all after this. All right, it said, our great work is nothing more than a permutation of natures, an evolution of the elements. The pure gold of the spirit is the fire, water, vinegar of the philosophers, the virginal milk that reduces all the metals to their crude matter. The crow that flew from the ark of Noah is perfect mercury. It is the dove of the Holy Spirit. It is necessary to make the four elements rotate in a circle to permute their natures. It is necessary to convert the earth into water, the water into air, and the air into fire. And if you look at these symbols, you see the symbol of the female and all that different symbols that they use, because this is just giving you a picture, and they got a man in there pretty much in a ball. You see he's naked. You see the crow is on his hand. You can see these two little funny looking female and males with birds and breasts and all this other stuff that's in there. You know, it's probably taking a little bit to decode what they're really trying to say here. But then it said, those who do not die and resurrect must abandon our sacred art. It is necessary to die in order to live. It is necessary to lose everything in order to gain everything. On one extreme of our blessed stone, two torches burn, the gold and the silver, the man and the woman sexually united. On the other extreme, there is the elixir of perfection, which is the son of the two. It is not possible to pass from one extreme to the other without passing through the middle. There are four waters. The first dissolves the moon's lime and transmutes it into the mercury of secret philosophy. The second dissolves gold, yellow, and the metals and causes them to shine. The third reduces the metals to their crude matter. The fourth is the perfected mercury, the pure gold of the spirit. The first two orders are the red elixir and the white elixir, which we perform our works in red and white, which you know is the male and the female ejaculations. Our philosophical stone is black, red, and white. The mercury of the secret philosophy is a black crow that will be transmuted into the white dove of Noah's Ark, which is the dove of the Holy Spirit, the pure gold of the spirit. The man is the red king, and the woman is the white king. Our philosophical stone is black, red, and white. Our works is in red and white, is the loving union of sexual magic. So you're still talking about sex in the form of alchemy and using red and white wine as symbolic of semen and stuff like that. Now you go here. Now watch this conversation we had with a Nawapian. Let me know if y'all can see my screen.
You see it?
Okay, now this is a sweet looking Nawapian. I'll blow his picture up later. You can see how sweet he look. It said, the time to drink from the yoni is approaching. This is January 13th of this year. I hope your sacred feminine is prepared. This ritual is not for the faint of heart, and no, it did not originate from the Hindus. This will be my second time performing this ritual. There is a reason the black womb man is God manifested. Somebody say, yes, please explain just a little. I do this often. If the sacred feminine properly detoxes herself and is aware of the ritual and the necessary tones to invoke certain ancestors, when she starts to secrete vaginal liquid, when she climaxes, it will be thick and clear. The nectar produced will not only make the man feel high or drunk, depending on the level of experience in the ritual, but it can increase memory, ability to think, and it would temporarily turn you into Professor X or the X-Men. Each practitioner reports different results. Post a video or it didn't happen. He said, look what you started. Where's the small clip? The small clip is on my wall. I wasn't going to actually show it. LOL, if y'all want to learn it, would have to be private hands-on class with either couples or mock instruments to learn certain techniques and ways to perform the ritual. Damn, I need to start a class if that's the case. Baba said that the Makfuzat, which I told y'all is the semen, the liquid gold is released from the right woman when this ritual is performed. The Kaaba or the Kayaba represent Atum creating life from dark matter, and the black stone is symbolic of the womb of the goddess Nut and the divine feminine in all the Nazaret. Remember, I just read in the alchemy book that the colors they said was a black stone, red and white. So here, York is using the Kayaba, which is not black, right? Remember, he kept saying that the stone is not black. It's a cover over it, but you can see he using the same thing, right? And the Muslims that walk around the Kaaba 7 times are symbolic of the sperm racing for birth. See, we back to sperm again. It's all there, but the Muslims can't see it. So this is the stuff that York never taught in those books. Just the stuff that they hearing from different places. You got religious ritual, that's what it is religious. This is the yoni, which is Sanskrit, which is for vagina, and the guy just said this is not from the Hindus, but the word yoni is a Sanskrit Hindu word. So how you going to start off saying this ain't got nothing to do with Hinduism, but you're using that instead of a Nawapic word, which is Arabic, and it's no different from that. But this is just the foolishness. So you can see the yoni is all about sex and drinking sperm, and they making sperm health shakes and all this other crap. So that's where they at with that. So go ahead, Chuck, do your thing. I just wanted to.
Oh no, I was someone just sent me something from that talks about what's that word again? Mux. Is that
Makfuzat.
Makfuzat, yeah, the liquid gold elixir, monatomic gold that your Ujjed eye will open and your light body, all the stuff. I just sent it to you. Tahuti looked good.
Yeah, I just seen that. Yeah.
You just got it? Yeah.
Because I had got that earlier where he talked about the Pa Makfuzat.
Yeah.
I'm often asked how it would happen.
This is the first Pa. This is the first Pa Tarek book. This is the first one, and it talks.
I can blow it up if they can see it.
Yeah. And when
there it is on the screen.
Yeah, when the female was exposed to Tahuti's tree of life everlasting and saw that the tree fruit elixir tastes good and intake like food, and that liquid gold elixir and tree of Tahuti looked good, his phallus at the ritual of Pa Nazor Min, and that Nut's sensual desires to learn even more wisdom of pleasures, she reached out and partook of the ritual of men and raised the apron of Pa Wajet to reveal the serpent of Tahuti. We took elixir gold and on and on and on. Woo! So, I mean, it don't get no clearer than that, huh?
I see Tarj dropped out again.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put this on the website where people can see it and tie it all in.
Yeah.
because this stuff is crazy. I don't know where this madness is coming from.
Man.
I mean, it's like some kind of weird sexual cult or something. It's just they've gotten that crazy. It's making a serious de-evolution.
Wow. I mean, it's so much information. I mean,
it can go on for days and days. We ain't even scratched the surface of this stuff. Go ahead, Tony. I see what it's about.
Oh, okay. Because I was listening to you go in. I was going to go after that because I heard you was reading about Tahuti. And the
yeah, I was reading that. That was that's coming from the guidance from the Master series,
right?
For the ancient Egyptian order, which was the actual first, it was the beginning of that whole Patarak thing.
Right. Yeah. When he was trying to make, because he called himself Tahuti, and that's the stuff that he would use to institute all the other little sexual things that he was doing. Because we talked that the devil was Tahuti, and that Tahuti did lie to Eve when he told her to mess with the tree and all the other stuff, which like you just read, in this case, the tree is really the penis. And so when she took from the tree of life, which we know that the phallus or the penis sperms come through, that's basically what he said. He used to subtly say that the child that Eve had wasn't Adam's, and that it was the devil's child. And he just like I said, he kept altering the story, and it just kept getting more bizarre and bizarre as you went on. Then you have to realize if the event occurred, it only could happen one time. So you keep adding all this extra stuff and changing names. You going from Hinduism to Sumerian to Egypt. You know, it's not making no sense.
You know that I don't know if even the audience knows. You know that your claim to be Tahuti, right?
Of course, and we went on that a lot. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull this up.
Matter of fact, let me pull. I have the Sacred Wisdom of the Grand Hierophant Tahuti, page 8. He says, as you know, Tahuti's name is also spelled Zhuti and Thoth, from which you get thought. He was recorded of the time as Khnum is the keeper of time. Tahuti is the nether supreme being of peace and love between beings. Though wisdom will have you peace and love between disagreeable beings. Tahuti came down from Setet, Sirius, and he also spent time in Sahu and was a part of the Moon and Mars project in the seeding of this planet. Being a man from the planet Risk in the 19th galaxy called Ilium, he has no mother or father, beginning of days, end of days. He is also known as Melchizedek, Al-Qadr, Rama, Yanun, Al-Kubt, the spokesman for the deities. I mean, this is the nonsense that these dummies, this is what they believe. This is what they teach. So with all that you just brought out, all that weird sex stuff, and then he's the ringleader. He's the axis. He's the cook. He's the axis. this is where this nonsense is coming from. I mean, it's sad. I mean, I'm laughing because, yeah, it's funny on one hand, but this nutcase it was this type of stuff that he was able to, molest those kids.
Right. Matter of fact, I took this. Can y'all see my screen, or I need to share it?
Yeah, you need to show your screen.
All right, y'all just peep this because I want to see that this just to support what Chuck was saying. You can see. Let me know y'all can see that.
Yeah, we can see it. They're in the store.
You're right. They're in the store around this. Yeah. Which we already broke that down before that the ibis bird, which is the masky where it cleans out his anus with his beak. So, and I remember Nikki said that Doc used to take his penis and stick it in his own butt. And I said that was crazy because we had been going in on this mask, and we knew that the gods chose these animals because it explained the gods' nature, not just the things that they did. Because they try to say, "Oh, the mask represents the quill, First of all, a damn Ibisburg can't write nothing. So why would you say the beak represent the pen? That's just that's bull. This is pure niggatry. Okay, this is niggatry. This is the foolishness that Tahuti has brought to our people at this day and time because of evolution, then gave them the dumbest answers. And that's what Zupu does, it gives you the wrong answer to all your questions. So now we know that the pen is really the penis. And like I said, Nikki confirmed that that's what York was doing. I know that's what the Ibisburg does. And also the baboon is also an animal that likes to have sex with other monkeys when they meet them. I did a video on that, the baboon and the bonobo. And that show, I showed the video of the monkeys having sex with all types of different ones, the child, the mother, all of that stuff. And that also is another reason how York was explaining his sexual nature via the spirits. And so that's what people were seeing. And so now I'm gonna go a little further. So we go further. This is the book he put out called Void in Darkness. You see the picture of Tahuti with the beak. And it says here, now we look back at Genesis 3:15, and we see, and that is the Lord of the Elohim will put enmity, Iba, online, Bible Hebrew Strong's number 342 from the Hebrew Strong's number 340, Ayah meaning hate, hostility, enmity, hatred. I'm still on there? Y'all can still hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it was the Lord or the Master, these Elohim, who first introduced hate between thee, meaning the online Bible Hebrew Strong number 5171, Nakash from online Hebrew Strong number 5172, Nakash, whisper divine, diligently observe, a hissing creature, the one who whispers, and the woman in Genesis 3:1 under the title
serpent. The winged serpent was one of the Egyptian deity. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Zidi, Digiti, Tahuti, Thoth, Ibis, the keeper of secrets, talking serpent according to Genesis 3:1-15. So here, York is saying that he is that being incarnate, and he just used Genesis 15 as supporting that Tahuti spread and hostility. But you just read in another book that he said Tahuti brings love between two beings. See the contradiction?
That's the root of it.
That's a contradiction. So now we can see that York indeed brought hate and hostility, because as the elder that was in here, the best, his real name, I ain't want to get his name wrong. Your brother that you brought on, Chuck.
Oh yeah, the brother Abdul, yeah.
Yeah, Abdul, he said how York caused hate and harm to the other brothers that was with him in the early days. And we can see that same thing now, because York is now substantiating and supporting, and he's validating Genesis 3:15. That's what people need to understand. That he's saying that the devil in Genesis 3:15 was really Tahuti. Okay.
And hold it. But keep this in mind. If that's who Tahuti is, and he's claiming to be Tahuti, what is he telling you?
Right. He's telling you he's a devil.
There it
and
is.
And the Wahhabis running around.
Based on his concept. But hold that thought. Because if you go back, what was I reading earlier when I was talking about where he was? Remember in the Secret Societies Unmasked, and it was talking about the sun god Ra.
Right.
And right here. And hold on. Tahuti was a messenger spokesman for Neteret, supreme beings as Tahuti, and finally the lunar Neter, supreme being under the sun god Ra. He's according. See, it's a weird type of alteration of history.
Right.
All these, listen, because York never knew anything about Medu Neter, you won't find Medu Neter even mentioned in any of his books. But he took it upon himself to come up with a new concept. He likes to say it's a reformation, but in reality, it's his alteration from reality, an alteration from what was already laid down by the ancients. And to make himself come off as something different and special, he's going to fabricate new concepts, no proof, no linguistic sources, no historical documentation, no primary sources, but just the words of him. And these people call themselves Nuwaubians, accept it. And of course, you know, what he said, and I don't know why they didn't catch it, it says that not knowing, ignorance is the acceptance of things that you don't know. And they accept it. They don't have proof, so they don't know it. They haven't challenged the evidence. They haven't done anything. They just accept it like any other religion. I'm getting that. But y'all, all right. Go ahead with your bill, brother.
All right, to the next one. All right, this is where it is here out of the book. It says how evil the seed also mixed with Adamites and Canaanites were born, who had the seed but were wicked, but of the good gene were born. There you go again, using the Bible. Nuwaubian swept the religion is a spell, but he keep using the Bible in his writings. Genesis 10:6-10, a mighty angel being in flesh, Nimrod, a Cushite Ethiopian. Now we look back at Genesis 3:15 and we see in I that Lord Elohim will put enmity. So it's just the same thing we just read earlier, so people can see how you mark that out in the book. That he's saying that the devil or the serpent was Tahuti, and they need to just understand that. And if you look in this picture here, you can see the so-called resurrection. The picture ain't showing them, but Tahuti is over here in the cut hiding in this picture with the nasty doo-doo beak hanging. So we back to that. So that was just one of those things about the semen. And this the video right here I was showing. Y'all see this?
Yeah, I see it.
All right, this is the monkey. This is one of the monk. This is one of the animals that represent Tahuti. And you got these monkeys, man. There's male and female be doing this stuff together, and they just want to be in denial about what this is. And even one of the symbols he put on the biru, I found was like a pangender sign. That's a that they use. You can see it on here. He put on his drawing. You can see that little symbol there. You got the pangender, omnigender, because that's what they going at. They talking about all these transgendering, and that's exactly what they're into. So we gotta realize that the Nuwaubians are not just a cult, but they also are become a breeding ground for homosexuals, they call it. And this is a picture of Earl, and Earl putting this stuff in here like it was hardcore, like it was something. And he kept pointing. This what Earl put up here. Hermaphrodite impregnates itself to hermaphrodite twins. Like he just kept coming in the group posting. I'm like, yo, you got a fixation with hermaphrodites. And they just kept posting that stuff over and over and over and over. I'm like, yo, y'all dudes is sick. keep talking about hermaphrodites over and over and over again. Did anybody else want to say anything?
Sorry, I just came back in. I got some people over here. Yeah.
Yo, Tariq the Bill.
Oh, is Tariq still in there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm here, but I'm chilling now. I mean, I'm just a pallbearer tonight.
You fading out.
Yeah.
Yeah. This sad thing that's going up your screen. That's a testament right there. And this is what's being assimilated into the consciousness community. This. A whole new generation. Yeah. A whole new generation is coming in. But this is not something that most people are familiar with. They don't know about this stuff. You got to be in and start studying these books and then they get a loyalty built up. And then they start upholding this madness.
Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, look at this. I'm gonna show you how York distorts reality. Right. This is from the book, The 24 Elders. Right. Y'all can see that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Y'all can, okay. Now watch this. This is what he now he said. I am Trismegistus 3 times as 9 in one essence. And we know Trismegistus means 3 times great. He talking about 3 times as 9. He can't even count. The word Trismegistus don't mean that. But he's claiming a Greek term when you're supposed to be African. Because the Wapians love to talk about, oh, y'all speak the white man's language and this, that, and that. But York sitting here claiming to be Trismegistus. 3 times as 9. This is straight foolishness. Then he took his name, Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi, and broke that stuff up. But we broke it all the way up to show you, like he says over here, he's Tahuti right here. Thoth, also called Hermes. And Hermes is the root word to hermaphrodite. If you look it up, you look at the word hermaphrodite and the root word to hermaphrodite is Hermes. So he's telling you right there that he's sweet. This is just like I said, we do the real studying, so we know what time it is. We know all about this and the emerald tablets and all the things that he's doing. Because like here, it talks about since we don't deal with sexual alchemy, which I was telling you about, that this is the stuff that they believe in. If a human being wishes to create his bodies of liberation in order to self-realize as a master of the Mahatmavatara, he must then create as God did by fecundating his seminal system in order for the interior universe to emerge from it. The chaos is the semen. If we wish to create like the gods, we must fecundate the chaos with the vivifying fire in order for our body's affection, which we realize ourselves as masters of the Mahatmavatara. This is a Hindu or Sanskrit word. To emerge from it, the chaos is a mixture of water and fire. I said that earlier. The chaos holds the seeds of the cosmos. The water, the chaos is the receptacle of the fire. The earth is reduced to water, and the water.
Damn, one time he going in.
Start going out.
Right.
Yeah. It's so much that that needs to be covered. I just got something here from a brother that is really up into the whole was into the whole Nuwaubian thing. And this is a Nuwaubian updates, March 24, 2016, update 10/30/08. Hotep, here are notes from Tuesday's update. People who moved on to the other side were in the visit, Muyin, Umi, Samira, Matun, they hang out together on the other side. As Nuwaubians, they can come in and out at will. They are helping out on the other side. Our ancestors are trying to communicate with us. If we relax, we can communicate with loved ones on the other side. When you deal with Yoruba, Santeria, you are dealing with 6 ether forces. Leah asked about leaving food offerings out. Baba said that it's just leaving food in the refrigerator for a long time. It starts to deteriorate. That there are no deities taking the offerings. We must give homage to our ancestors. He says, when you want to talk to a person, put everyone else's picture down and speak to one person, so on and on. Because I'm just getting this, I haven't had a chance to really go through it. But this is something else that has to go up on the website because it's tying into so many other things, and it's just no limit. And one of the things that this guy York was successful in doing is to shift the attention. Because once you get when you start studying one section, he comes out with more things that offers as another misdirection off of something that you may have researched or studied, and then you get more deep into it and you find some fallacies in it, and then something else come out and you abandon that book, then you go to another book. And that's part of the game and a part of the trick. And he used it as hostage to make the sisters help him on a legal case. Oh wow, this is crazy. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff that I need to go into on this this whole Nuwaubianism stuff, because it's never in. I couldn't even go through all of the stuff maybe in a lifetime. I'm just doing the best I can to address the majority of the doctrine, or at least key points of it, to make the people aware of what it is this cult is about. And, just try to give a counter argument by giving primary sources and historical documentation to refute the nonsense that York is bringing forth. Go ahead, Amai.
Yeah, I mean, I know some people were saying like you should do like a documentary or something with this.
This is something this is what's happening right now. Okay. We're trying to get a book put out, because when I'm dead and gone, this information has to still be out there in some way. Mm-hmm. And that's something that I want. I want this thing to continue on, because there's going to always be, this type of cult one way or another. By the way, Amadi, could you send a link, because Jaru wants to come in.
Okay. You want me to send it?
Yeah. Could you send it to me? Wait a minute. Yeah. Could you send it to me in the Google, and then I can give it to him?
Okay. Yeah. Let me see.
Wait a minute. I think I might have it. Hold on. I think I have it. Yeah, I think I have it. Hold on. Yeah, I think I have it. No need. Let me send it to him.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't even really scratched the surface. That's why the website has so much stuff on it that so many things. Once you get into one section, and then you get sidetracked because something else comes up, and it's so much that we have to cover or address, that fortunately the website deals with. So I'm seeing somebody said in the Nuwaubian Assassin, saying, why is Chuck Morgan ducking the debate? I see I'm gonna have to take his words and put it in a video just to clarify, so people can see that he ducked and ran out of the debate.
Right.
He did not.
These guys are. It's sad, man. It's sad. He's screaming for attention. Had his chance to shine and get in the ring, and then it then punked out. And then now he's seeing that the attention is on the conversation. Now he wants to get back in. It don't work like that. Now he has to start all over again, get at the bottom, and work his way back up.
No. He had his chance. He's had numerous chances.
Yeah, I know.
Like, fuck him.
I dropped out, man. What y'all heard last?
A whole bunch of gunshots and punches upside the head.
Oh boy, yeah, they. I mean, how do you defend? You can't defend this. See, it's one thing to be here to be able to talk about it amongst each other and then show documentation. Now, if you step and then you want to verbalize it, what do you go off of? You don't have any historical documentation. You have no primary sources. You don't know how to debate. All you're going to offer are red herrings and little tricky word games. And we already know that. We mastered that science. So what are you coming with? There is no debate. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked.
Yeah, where was I at last? Because I don't know what y'all heard. I didn't know I had dropped out.
Hey, y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Who's that?
It's Ampul.
Oh, it's Ampul. Hey, Ampul.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. I listen. I've been listening for a while, but I came in late, so I don't want y'all to rehash anything, and I'm just basically just chilling, listening. Yeah. But I wanted to kind of give some context to what Tarnun has been discussing when it comes to Maf Kuzet and all of that. And a lot of people don't realize this is the context around that. And prior to the video clip that you played of the sister Bastet, when she was talking about hormone sexuals and things like that, prior to that, York had come out with what he called the pass key seals that he was drawing in letters that he was sending to the sisters. Now, mind you, this was during a time in an organization when the Masonic Lodge was thriving and doing things to help his freedom, and then eventually he shut it down because the lodge was basically outshining, you know, his importance. So the lodge was shut down, and then the sisters were put back in the forefront. And in order to put them back in the forefront, he started a new order, the Feline Order, and so on and so forth. And during that same time, he was giving the sisters a special pass key seal that he would draw in their letters and send to him. So it was a real special thing to receive this for the sisters. So I'm giving some context and some backdrop for this. And so the sisters who received the pass key seals, the key seals themselves were illustrations or drawings that he did, and they were told that it was a part of their order, and it was a little bit of hush, mum's the word on it, but they were to wear them. But these pass key seals were supposed to be maps, road maps, to tell people where to go when what was called back then the Henu or the Manjet, or another word for spaceships, to come and pick people up, certain people up. So these pass key seals were supposed to be road maps eventually, to lead these people where these things would take place. So this is what was going on. So what happened is that also during this time, the pass key seals was put out. This when you started the whole actual fact series. The first one being Actual Fact Zero, or the poem book, is where Mafkuzet was first mentioned, and it's mentioned as this elaborate or exotic elixir called the Inbu, because it was supposed to be gold, and it's tied in a little bit into monatomic gold, and it has all the connotations of semen, and it's mentioned in that book where only York can give it to the women through the Feline Order. So it's through these pass key seals, these special privileged women that were receiving them. They would also receive the Mafkuzet only from him. And then how the men come into play is that they had to receive the Mafkuzet from the women. So York would give it to the women, women would give it to the men. And then all of this was in order to recalibrate their bodies in order for them to board the ships, to be able to go at zero gravity and so on and so forth, to be able to travel through the vortex and so on and so forth. All of this that I'm saying is in this poem book, as well as the updates that was given. And all you have to do is just read the updates that was given in chronological order, and you will see all of this that I'm saying. So this led up to the whole focus being on homosexual, hermaphrodite, hemorphodites, the gatekeepers. All of this stuff was around that time frame. So I just wanted to give some context to that, because a lot of this stuff doesn't come out of the clear blue sky.
Right.
And nobody was asking these kinds of questions, because I know in the organization, the appearance is that York basically fields questions from the public, and then he writes books based on the questions he's asked from the public. But that's just not the case. Nobody was asking about this information. It's basically whatever York is learning at a particular time, or that he wants out into a small circle, and that they themselves will go back and forth with him. And that's where the information starts to develop and the spins are put on it. So this is one of those cases. And you brought up one of the sources that was used for that, as well as David Icke and Credo Mutua. I don't know if you mentioned those, but all of that was put into this whole effort about the key seals. But now you don't hear about them at this point right now. But now also he used the key seals and this privilege system among the sisters to basically put fire up under certain people to get them to help harder with his freedom fight and so on and so forth. So a lot of sisters were given titles. You had a person was called the messenger, a direct messenger from the extraterrestrials. Certain sisters were chosen. First, it was just one, the sister y'all saw in the video. She's no longer with the organization though. But then there was others that were side by side with her. and so on and so forth. And this is how it went. And among the brothers were given titles such as Wab priest or Neb priest. You know, they were called Nebs or Wab. They were given privileges to teach and so on and so forth. So it was a privileged system that was created, and it made you feel special. And this is how these things are ushered in, and it grows legs and so on and so forth. That's all I want to say, man. I couldn't hear anything. I just kind of tuned in, was listening. Just wanted to put some context in there.
Let me drop this real quick before we get off this topic. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. Let me know when y'all can see this.
We see it.
All right, Kweepu dropped this earlier, 13 hours ago. It says, okay, so the Makfuzet is a sex ritual in the Wapu which deals with the drinking of sperm. That's not sick. And then Al Carter came underneath and said, no, it's not sick. It's sick if done with any Tom, Dick, or Harry. It is part of the 3 wines or elixirs, white, gold, and red. So, and Al, even though he claims to not be part of the Nawapian cult any longer, he still identified, you know, that the rituals, again, you've seen the colors again, you've seen the word gold and red and white again. He said, I don't know for sure what Makfuzet is. I don't speak or read Nawapic or whatever that language is, but from conversation with people in this group, it is commonly accepted as sperm. Kweepu said the Makfuzet is the sacred Nawapian ritual which deals with drinking semen. It's in York's book, so we aren't making it up. If Wu Nawapu wasn't all about sex, it wouldn't come up in the debate. Al Carter said, I don't own any of the new pamphlets. I'm not versed in the new stuff. She said, most of York's texts include sex, even the older books. And this is the video here for those who want to be interested in hearing how they talk about it in the coded term. Just go to the YouTube and type in Patarak Makfuzet. So if y'all can see that, and you can go see it. Now listen, now this is a self-admitted homosexual underneath the group. He came out, he got exposed a couple of days in Chuck group, Kensu Kabina Ray, say, I have or contain that sperm mentioned and am aware of the power is not just in the word, but the sperm as well. And the guy that's saying this is a homosexual, all right? So you see people laughing at him. Another guy comes in, that is some sick and disgusting ish. If anyone can find some source that I can cite on this, it would be greatly appreciated. Q said, hold on. And the dude said, research exotic matter. And his name is Ket Wasik Hutep. So you got these people who know. And then on the homosexual thing, look at this. Look at the guy here in the bottom. You got the men wearing the Hindu bead in the forehead. Look at this foolishness. Y'all can see that? So you can't tell me that you're transforming these guys, not in females into Hindus, but also to females. And I'm gonna do this one more time. This is the last one right here. Now look at this. Can y'all still see my screen?
Yeah.
Now look at York hand. York got on the female Hindu jewelry right here. Y'all see that?
Hold on. Yep. Oh, wait a minute. I just see it. No, I don't see it yet.
Where you at? You still on Facebook? We still see the Facebook.
Yeah. How do I share? Let me see. Share to my I want to share to my my desktop, but I gotta see the picture. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Here we go. There you go.
All right, hit screen share again.
All right.
Now let's listen. I mean, look at. Can you zoom in on that? Can you zoom in on that, Tom?
Okay, hold on.
Because this is when he was going by the Love Man, you know, Dr. York, the singer. And I mean, look at that. I mean, if that's his thing, that's his thing. But don't come off like you're not into that stuff when you know you are. I mean, look at that. That was a dead giveaway. Look, he wearing a little bendy dab in the middle of his forehead, and he got the woman's jewelry on. That is a woman's 2-finger jewelry wrist of the women of India,
right?
And Pakistan.
Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
The female jewelry.
Yeah. And it. How could you? How can you not see it? It's right there. Now he's on lock. Yeah. Now he's on lockdown. He's coming all the way out.
Y'all can see the female jury. I put up another picture.
Put up another one because I did an article on it, and I don't know if you could take it off the site or whatever, but we got a bunch of examples of that.
Hold on.
That's from a Passion News clip, a news shot to promote. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
Same thing. Now the Nuwaubians got to answer that. What type of transvestite alien wear Hindu female jewelry? I don't understand that. He traveled trillions of miles to dress like a transvestite, the cross dress. I don't understand that.
I mean, this is a question. Now, this is something that they need to have. They need to answer this kind of stuff.
Right.
I mean, what is he trying to do? Because if you're gonna attack them early on when you were pretending to be an Islamic imam, and then as you move gradually out of it, and now you're embracing this. I mean, is this for the kids? Because that's part of what is in the indictment of when he was molesting the children. You know, sodomy. He was sodomizing. Oh, I'm sorry. He was having anal sex with some of the children, because I know he tried to give a new definition of sodomy from the sodomist interpreted. But you can look at it. Why is this man wearing that jewelry?
Just get a good picture, so you can see this. You can see the sugar all over the place. You can see the high fructose strong. All right, man. Somebody else can take the flow, man. I just wanted to drop premise,
man.
You know, on the foolishness, man. Because I mean, people gotta know.
The floor got bodies all over it right now.
Yeah, I mean that group, the chat, man, they had all these Nuwaubians and they just left. They just packed up and left. It's funny.
Yeah, you gotta go when. Matter of fact, hold on, man. Let me put some more bodies on the floor.
I mean, come on.
No, peep out his crown though. Look what it's made out of, man. Look at his crown.
I mean, oh my God. I mean,
like, it's like, you know.
I'm sorry. Oh man. Oh boy. I mean, if they don't see the con now, man, they've reached the point. They've reached the point of no return. That's why I keep saying 2017. The Nuwaubians, wake up before you reach the point of no return. They're transforming you.
Yeah.
York is doing this is what Nuwaubu. This is Wu Nuwaubu.
I wouldn't be surprised if they start getting sex changes soon.
I mean, that's where it's going. It's going. He already got them looking to be, you know. He already calling them homosexuals and got them believing that it's just on a hormone level. No, it's just a homosexual act, the same sex act. That's it. He's just trying to spin something that's very simple. But you know, the more with cults, the more complex it sounds, or able to understand, the more hot they think it is. But really, that's just a distortion of reality, because York is teaching them things that he was doing, and that's a sad thing. You know, that really is sad when you don't see that. I'm trying to pick out something. What is that?
Did brother Tariq want to build?
How you gonna cut somebody?
Huh?
I think that Tariq is just relaxing.
Yeah, they hold on. I got something else. Wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. These people.
So anyway, you know, like I was saying, I just wanted to lay out that, you know, clearly Malachi York suffered from some form of delusional psychosis, and he had various episodes, and it's illustrated in his publications. And the followers love and adore this man, and they are willing to look the other way and promote his delusional rants in the form of doctrine. And when you, me, or any other person challenges it, confronts it, we become the enemy and the target. And this is what happens whenever a cult is exposed or challenged for them to prove what they say, that they lash out like wild savages because they're fearful, because this is all they have. You have guys that's been into this thing for almost 30 years, and it has done nothing for them. And they know that, and they get through this midlife crisis, and they look back and see that their life has been wasted, and they feel that they just might as well go ahead to the next stage when they eventually die, and just under this blind loyalty.
Like Earl, he said he just gonna roll with it no matter what.
Yeah.
Even though
that's an ideologue.
Right. Even though his brain tried to tell him, like he said, when he was following York as Imam Isa, and then he found that he was seeing him as Dr. York in the club. He didn't know what he was looking. He thought he didn't know what he was looking at. What he was looking at was a fraud, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. His brain couldn't.
That's cognitive dissonance.
Right. He got stuck. York, again, you can't believe that York was doing a job, because York said he only chose the stupidest part of Islam to use. So York never took Islam seriously, and if he really understood that, he would have just like, well, if he ain't taking this serious and I'm taking this serious, something wrong with me. And that's what he did. He created people to believe in it instead of telling them that, listen, I'm just using this.
It was a hustle.
Right. And they didn't know it. That's why he had that type of mind, that mind fault where he was stuck. But this is something right here. Hold on.
Yeah, that was a hustle that he came up with after he was released.
Tell me when y'all can see my
Yeah, I see it.
It said, how can the Wahabians deny York is teaching homosexuality, calling it Wu Nawapu, when in fact it is just a modern day moon court? His followers are now making homosexuality under the new age term golden child, children, or adult. He's an Nawapian who is a homosexual, saying he is a golden child when we know gay people color is really pink or silver. The colors the moon like. So you can see here, you can hear them talking. Again, great question. I will inbox you because I will be. Anu said, I would think it's public question, but if inboxing me is much better, then I don't mind that as well. The guy here that we talking about, Ken Ahabu Hatat Reye, he said, I am a golden adult who also birthed a golden child who psychic and have described the same experiences minus being sexually abused, friendships destroyed, and other things not all born from 1970 to 2003 are children speak in reverse. They are still in contact with this realm and the realm above and know their purpose. Anu said, you have children? Ken Ahabu Hatat Reye, to my knowledge and understanding, I heard you were homosexual by nature. Obviously, good posts, good comments on both sides. So we already went through the gay agenda. Remember the gatekeeper thing? This is the actual site where I got this from. Yeah, but I want is Ampu still on the panel?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, good, because I'm finna get into something. I want you to go into this. All right, it goes into about the Africa and all of that, and then it gets here. So it said, however, the beings from Sirius were pure XX, and the beings from Orion were pure XY. Their first offspring came out XYX and YXY. The neuter gender dual souls are hermaphrodites, and the hermaphrodites who at first could not give birth or reproduce, right? And then it says, the neuter gender race populated Earth for many generations. The Nubian Egyptian deity known as Khnum. That's why I wanted you to get just talk about this if you could, Ampu. He's saying that the Nubian Egyptian deity known as Khnum or Didin, and amongst the pygmies called Khnum, was the alchemist that was given the chemical chart in the form of DNA and took the hermaphrodites and hybrids who couldn't procreate and make them into beings that can reproduce in cycles of 9, spinning of the universe of procreation as several phases and produce. So it goes on other things, but I wanted you to, if you could, rectify that situation, because they're saying now Khnum or whatnot was some type of god that dealt with genetics and stuff like that and dealt with new gender and stuff like that. Could you go in a little bit on that god as far as what is written about the deity versus what Yoknem is saying?
Well, it's not even much. I'm hearing an echo. You got to mute your mic.
All right, give me a second.
Okay, it's not much to go on. We're dealing with the same organization, the same teacher, York, who teaches that genes were brought over here from different planets in the form of a dolphin, as if the dolphin can swim through celestial space and into the waters on Earth. And I say that to say because, you know, I think sometimes people give too much credit to even the issue to go, you know, all far into it, but it's real simple. Khnum, there's no primary sources that will back up and support anything that you just read that they're teaching. And this is why they never ever give a citation to a primary source. And when you ask for one, they will deflect and say, well, why does York have to be verified by the white man? Although no one ever asked them for support from a white man. If the Egyptians were black and they were Africans and they documented their own stuff, what is being asked of them is to show a primary source where this stuff is being said, documented by the Egyptians themselves. So they don't understand that, so they deflect. But Khnum, the word Khnum itself, the deity, all the names of the deities are words within the language, and the word Khnum means to join together. And it's also an epithet for a builder. It has nothing to do with homosexual, shemosexual, hemosexual, or any of those kinds of things. Khnum is under the command of Amen and Amen Ra, who commands him to formulate the ka and kat of the individual on the potter's wheel. And it's all a figurative story. It's nothing literal about it. And from there, his wife enlivens them with the Ankh. And then they take that formation and implant it inside the womb of a female, and then lead that female to the birthing chamber and to give birth to a child. And you can see this clearly on a primary source within the chapels of Hatshepsut and others, but Hatshepsut is one that you all can find in Google, where Hatshepsut was born in this manner, where her mother, Hatshepsut's mother, Ahmos, Ahmos is, I forgot her first name, her other part of her name, but you can see her where she's being led to the birthing chambers to give birth to Hatshepsut. And this was part of her figurative story of her being the child of Amen Ra and being legitimate heir to the throne. So, you know, none of that's backed up in Egypt at all. And the story of Jehuti being in the garden and being the serpent in the garden, talking to Geb and Nut. And this is where this is what justifies the whole Mafkuzet story about Inbu and being the semen and things like that. That's how that's justified in the Nuwabian doctrine. He placed Jehuti in the biblical narrative of the Garden of Eden, and then Eve, who all of a sudden becomes Nut, and Adam becomes Geb. So Nut approaches Jehuti, who replaces the serpent, and then he impregnates her or gives to Nut his Mafkuzet, and then she, Nut, then gives it to Geb, and they both transform, and then their Wajet, as he says, their eyes were open, and then they became divine beings, or they knew good from evil. This is how York and the Nuwaubians have overlaid a biblical story and tried to mix it in with Egyptian Neteru and things like that to create a whole spin. And this is what they're propagating. And this is the justification for the elixir, Mafkuzet and Inbu and things like that. By the way, Mafkuzet is the word for turquoise in the language. So like I said, it's real simple. I mean, you know, it's real simple to kind of walk through their doctrine and just show all the faults.
Good, great. Amara squad in the house. Scholarship, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm pretty much done. I was gonna it's getting too kind of late for me. I wanted to take it to the Afro Moon thing. We can always pick up on it another time, but I definitely wanted to put that in there. And anybody else had anything they wanted to say?
Ahmad, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I mean, I know we've kind of gone over us, I guess.
Are y'all good?
Chuck, can I say something real quick? I just want to say,
go ahead.
I have not been listening to the whole show, but I know that there's people watching. You got quite a bit of people watching, and I don't know what was already said, but I just hope that people will understand and see that really there's a reverse psychology going on overall with the organization, the relationship the organization has with the public. There's a kind of like a reverse psychology going on, because if all of the Nuwaubian doctrine was actually really made public and the public really paid attention to it, then people would really see it for what it is, and they would be very, very dismissive of it. They would clown it and really joke it. But from a Nuwaubian perspective, they give just enough to entice and lure people, and then they will portray as if, you know, information can't be public, or you have to be within them, you know, within the organization to receive it, and so on and so forth. So this is like a way that they're able to kind of guard this kind of information. But if you were able to get the books and line them up and actually read them and things and point out what, you know, you all have been pointing out, then you will see how silly the whole entire doctrine is. You will be able to see the contradictions. You'll be able to see through it all, because you have to put it in chronological order, because the organization relies on amnesia. They depend on time passing by, and this notion of schools that they've created. Like, this was part of a school, then you advance to another part of a school, and this part of school don't have to do with the old school, so contradictions are okay. It's really not a contradiction, because that was done back in the day for this school. We don't go by that anymore, you know. And scholarship, science, facts, and truth, it doesn't work that way, you know. So I just hope people see that and don't really fall for that in terms of the doctrine, because what they will say now is they will put spins on to cover up what they said before. And this is typical of a trail of a lie. You know, if you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything. If you tell a lie, you have to remember it all. So what happens is, throughout the time periods, there's always a going back to put a spin to cover something previous. But if it was all about science and all about digging in information, allowing the evidence to guide your doctrine, then you wouldn't have to go ahead and keep doing that. So I just hope people get a chance to see that.
Yeah.
I just want to say that it's an honor that you know, standing with y'all. I consider y'all my comrades for what we're doing. And I want to thank he left. I want to thank Brother Wujahu. Brother Wujahu actually you know, some wisdom he dropped on me. He played a big role in me just wanting not to pursue this in the manner that I was. The nails is in the coffin. The nails have been in the coffin.
Yeah,
they've been in the coffin.
Yeah, that's right.
but I think that tonight it was just made public. The memo was given out to those that didn't know. There's nothing anybody can say to rebuttal anything that anybody has stated tonight. There is nothing. Zero. There's not even a possibility or a technicality. There's nothing. And I just think, Brother Tarnoon, I think you are awesome, brother. I respect you. I respect, I'm not thoroughly knowledgeable or everything about Nupu, but I respect you, the other brothers and sisters.
Thank you. I respect you too.
I respect your character. Y'all have a dignity with y'all. I respect that. Chuck, you the man. You the man, Chuck. And people, like I can't say, like, if you, I can think of any debates that's been on any platforms. This is the third debate that I know of off the top of my head in which the opponent backed out. The first was with Wesley Muhammad when what's that brother's name? He's an older brother. They debated.
Oh, you talking about damn
Hagen.
Ray Hagens.
Ray Hagen.
He showed up, but he ain't show up.
He showed up, but he back. Next would be Elliot and Marshall. And tonight, the Yorkians. And that should just what's that tell you right there? They ain't got no work. So I'm telling you, I ain't got nothing else to say about this unless it's something crazy. Other than that, I'm gonna continue doing other things I do. And I have somebody else that I've told Brother Poppy, and I've spoken to Doggy Diamonds about, and I think we all know who that person is, and that gotta be exposed more. That gotta be dealt with more. So I really appreciate Brother Amadi. I appreciate. Sorry for being long-winded. I appreciate you for really giving us a platform and being patient to have to hear this fuckery and this crazy shit. Dolphins, Talking Dolphins, and Pickle Man, and the Bureau, and Risk, and Hermaphrodites, and all this crazy shit, man. Shit is crazy. So I appreciate y'all, man.
Yeah. Don't forget the Predator.
Oh yeah.
We didn't even get into that.
You said the Predator was real too.
Yeah, it was real, and he looks like he looks because he comes from the
Andromeda. You said Andromeda.
He comes from the Andromeda Galaxy, and the Andromeda Galaxy looks like a grasshopper. That's why the Predator looks like he does. I mean, how stupid can anybody be in this day and age where a man says that here's a movie that came out before him, and then he comes out years later after the movie and said, well, the being that you see in the Predator, that's real. They come from the Andromeda Galaxy, and they look like that because the Andromeda Galaxy looks like a grasshopper.
So, but let me ask you this: in any of his books, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna sit there and lie and say I read every book this guy had. I've read a lot of his books. A lot of the stuff I'd have to read again. I didn't absolutely. I don't memorize a lot of stuff like I used to.
Yeah.
Did any of these characters ever fight? Like the Pickle Man, the Predator, Creel? These guys didn't have like cosmic battles or anything like that.
No, man, no.
And I wanted to add in too, because I know that Creel. I did something on that where he took that from I think Alice Cooper mentioned
Alice Cooper, the singer?
No, not the cool. The guy that did Behold a Pale Horse.
Oh, William Cooper.
William Cooper, my bad. Yeah, he said.
He talks about that in his book, talking about MJ13 and when Krill visited. I think it was the White, because I had the book, and I think that's real funny because when I used to hang out with Steve Coakley, we would be in his lectures, and sometimes after the lecture it would be me, him, Dick Gregory, and Khalid Muhammad. So we would go to Georgetown Cafe, not Georgetown Cafe. It was on Georgia Avenue. It was Howard Cafe, and we would talk about the lecture. And he said, "Man," he said, "this guy, listen, we finally get the name and the names of the people who are behind all this stuff that's fucking the people, and then they're gonna come out and some dude named Bill Cooper, they're gonna put his book in our community and have us go looking for somebody in outer space." When the reality is these people right here on Earth. He said it was part of the trick. And York, for whether he knew it or whether he was being used unknowingly, he fed into that nonsense that there's some beings out there that set up the world religions. This is what Bill Cooper said. Set up the world religions, the Masons, the Shriners, everybody was all set up by these little grays from Zeta Reticuli, Krill being one of them, and that they are really seeking world and global domination, and they're using secret societies, churches, mosques, et cetera, to bring it about. And we was like, I mean, you got to be a nut, and that's why Khalid was poo-pooing that whole thing and how the dumbness of it and the stupidity that York was advocating in regards to it, because it was a smokescreen. Now, whether he knew he was being used, I don't know, or he was just so delusional. He would believe anything, or he was just part of it. He just didn't care, and he was so fixated with raising money and being a self-professed extraterrestrial himself that he just didn't care.
Right.
I mean, just what I think we were going into earlier, talking about that Nibiru nonsense. I mean, if anybody just look, all you got to do is use context. You look at York says, okay, in the Degree of Christism, page 536, he says the Neteru that came from Nibiru came here to mine gold and save the dwindling atmosphere on planet Risk, which is in the 8th planet in the 19th galaxy called Ilium on high. This is the kind of information that was deleted out of your scriptures, which you call your Holy Bible. Then he says, check this out. He says, my craft, Nibiru, hovers overhead and peaks its sight, and its circled rainbows overhead are ever so bright. Trust in these signs, and the seen and the unseen will be seen without doubt. The blind-eyed hearts and the deaf and dumb, they wander in ignorance, having not seen Nibiru. This unquestionable truth I have brought unto you, and in this scroll of Anu, wherein the wise finds all truths. That's Holy Tablet 6, whatever. I mean, it never stops. Let me get this last part.
Go ahead.
And then remember, this is 2017. This is what York said in 1999. He says, so stop believing your popes, preachers, imams, rabbis, etc., etc., etc. For the ship will come. That's real. It's called Nibiru. A fleet of Elohim will be passing through Earth's atmosphere in or around the year 2000, coming out of the mothership called the Crystal City, to reclaim the children, which are the 144,000. I guess that didn't come true.
Right. Now, this one I wanted to add was when I did the research on the Krill thing.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me see if y'all can. Let me know if you can see this right here.
I see it. Can you see it, Chuck?
Yeah.
You see it?
We'll see it because it go away.
Yeah, I see it now.
There you go.
All right. So this is called the Krill Reports, right? Introduction by Bill Cooper, right? And he said Krill papers seemingly came out of nowhere and have stirred up a small hornet's nest of speculation. Who is O.H. Krill? Is the information correct or parts of the text correct and parts incorrect? Where did the papers come from? I am going to answer some of those questions in this file. When the aliens landed in Holloman AFB in the 60s, a basic communication was established between the United States government and the aliens. During this communication, a basic agreement was reached with the precursor for the former treaty and diplomatic relations which followed. The aliens left a hostage with the United States as a pledge of fulfillment of their part of the agreement. The name of the hostage was Krill and was sometimes spelled K-R-Y-L. I refer to him as Krill, and this was the spelling used in the Majesty documents which I saw. This hostage furnished much information about the aliens, which became the foundation of the Yellow Book that was completed from information obtained from guests at a later date. In order that this information could be circulated and discussed among the military and the scientific community, a pseudonym was coined as a code for information which had originated from Krill. To code name for Krill was Krill, C-R-I-L. The initial OH stands for original hostage. All information thus circulated from the source, Krill, was said to be authored by O.H. Krill. The information was usually of scientific or seemingly occult nature, was sanitized so that no interference to an alien race or culture occurred. This was done so that the feedback and recommendations could be gleaned from these experts who were not privy to the secret. It was also used to pass technology from the aliens into the defense contracted community and the U.S. space program. Krill became ill after a few years and almost died, but was nursed by a physician who eventually became the government expert on alien medicine and pathology. By information is that Krill did at some later date die, and the pseudonym continued to be used for the same purpose for many years, may or may not have been in use at this time. Now, the funny thing about it, it says here that Krill died in the 60s, right? And this is the being that Doc said was visiting him. So if Krill died in the 60s, how could Krill visit Doc in jail? Krill, Alamar, and another one. So I'm like, how is that possible?
Oh boy!
So
I mean, what, I don't, brother. I don't know whatever happened to. I mean, even if you gave York some credit in the way he tried to construct, you know, this new WAPO thing, with evidence, experience, and read. How come these dummies are not using that or trying to apply it to him? Look. You know what it is. Anybody with thinking people know what it is. It's the people that this shows you that they are so they're so absorbed in the cult that it has affected their reasoning. It has affected their minds. They don't even know what they're saying. That's deep. That's what an ideologue is. They are so fixated and absorbed in doctrine that they have no clue on reality at this point. I mean, I got to read this thing one more time. Listen, check this out. Since you just ended at it. Well, I had a visitor from some beings from Zeta Reticuli. Alamar, Krill, Sa'at. I haven't seen since I was a child living in Teaneck, New Jersey. Not August 12, 2003 to August 12, 2004. They prepared me for the next level and healed me at the same time. I say it's the unity. Other inmates saw their aerial craft. Look at this. Other inmates saw their aerial craft. Now he is in Jones County, Georgia jail. You mean tell me he's telling us that the inmates saw a spaceship and that they heard him speaking in some funny language, and then the next morning I floated out of my cell on record. He sent me a letter. He sent me one of these letters. He sent about 5 of these letters out that I'm aware of. And nobody's questioning sanity.
But earlier you had stated either you or Tarnum, abundance of information that was disseminated. One of y'all stated earlier that he has decided to stay in the belly of the beast so he could see who the faithful is, correct?
No. What he wrote, according to them, this is coming from him. It's in a publication called. It's a little thin booklet. I think it maybe 5 pages. It's called The Master's Secret: 24 Elders, Part 1. He says on number 85, to the Wapians, my true Harid children, in our common way, Wunuwap. 86. Let it be known the reason I allowed myself to be taken, and by that I left your presence for this time, was so that you would show your true colors, your actions, your devotion, or your true nature, which many claim to be so devoted have shown. So he's saying he allowed himself to get arrested, put on lockdown for 135 years, just so he can find out who were really with him.
So let's go over this real quick to show the fuckery in this. So he has 76 trillion years of information and knowledge, which means that part was omitted from his knowledge, and yet he wanted to get a pardon from Obama. He got an attorney. He had a legal team, and now they want to go to Trump, and now they want to do a $50,000 rain dance.
But remember that he allowed himself to be put in this situation, according to him. You see the spookology in it?
I see that. I see that on top of the fucktardedness in that.
You know, that's a word. Fucktardedness. I think I'm gonna have to use that one.
And remember, he told Tyrone told us that he got powers. He can get out if he wants. If he don't want to use his powers,
that's what he said.
That's what Tyrone told us the last time we was talking on here. So I'm like, that if that's the case, they shouldn't be wasting their time and everything else. If you can get out, I'll see you when you get out.
Yeah, well, like I always tell the Wapians, I said, look, why are y'all so upset that the man is doing 135 years? According to him, they live to be 1,000 years old. So he's on vacation. He's going to outlive our children's 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 children. So what is the big deal? I mean, that's how stupid it is, man. I mean, I'm trying to be lenient with them because I understand that there's some kind of mental disorder going on with this group. But they don't see it. And this group has now got its fingers and toes inside the Black consciousness community. I mean, it's not a perfect little community, but it's making inroads. It's trying to do the best it can. But bringing these guys on board, Dr. York,
there go Dinosaur Man,
Dinosaur People, Pickle Man. I mean, you look at it, what he's got the
Dinosaur Man.
yeah. That's where you all got it from, Dinosaur Man, Dinosaur People.
Do you think he got Pickle Man or the reptilians? Do you think he got them from the sleep stacks?
Well, see, the whole thing with that pickle. See, he just made a loose reference to Pickle Man, and in comparing the Creature from the Black Lagoon, the Predator, and Pickle Man. You know, these are some of the far out crazy stories that York put in his publications, and people believed it. He didn't have to explain it. That's why he was very successful in being able to lecture. He never showed, unless it was something from some kind of spaced out fringe bookseller, he wouldn't show any kind of academic scholarly information from people who were in the fields excavating evidence, people who've been on archaeological digs. He didn't produce any kind of evidence like that. He just cited some crazy sort. On one hand, he would denounce Zecharia Sitchin, and then on another hand, he would embrace Zecharia Sitchin. You know, and then he started, after he broke off and got away from Zecharia Sitchin, he tried to use Dr. John A. Halloran, and I contacted Halloran and I showed him some of York's stuff, and he said, I didn't teach, I don't write, that's not what's in Sumerian literature. That's not a Sumerian word for that. And you can see that they just jump on anybody they think will side with their slant of thought. And then when you go and look at the primary sources and access some of the linguistic evidence in refute, they have no argument. This is why I love this question to Nuwaubians, and I'd be damned if they're going to ever answer it. I always ask them, what text, what Sumerian text mentions the Anunnaki mining for gold? I'm going to keep that question up there, and I'm going to wait for them, because I'm going to keep jamming it in their face, because I see they ran from all the other questions, but this one is one of my favorites because I love Sumerian studies, and I'm just going to play with them with that, because to date they still have not been able to produce that because it doesn't exist. That's Zechariah Sitchin stuff. Go ahead.
This picture.
Yeah.
You see this foolishness?
Yeah, I see it.
They really believe this.
Yeah. This is what they teach. This is what they produce. This is what they're about.
I would be worried if he actually determined the fate of the planet Earth, being that he intentionally locked himself up in a Supermax movie.
Man, this is nonsense.
I have a request. Could you please play the Bat Boy video?
Bat Boy video. Just tap in Nuwaubians and Bat Boy. It should come up, and if it doesn't, just hit video, and then the link will come up.
Hold on. Let me look.
But why you doing that? Because I wanted to show you the contradiction with Zechariah Sitchin. He says in Factology versus Theology audio, he says we learn from history. We learn from the history of the Anunnakis that a man named Zechariah Sitchin is translating for them in NASA. They show him right in NASA with them, told them that the only way that you Amorites can survive here when this new sun cycle comes in is for y'all to build a gold dome. Amorites got to get this gold quick, otherwise they're going to have the same problem we had on Risk. Now he's saying that they got some kind of pictures of Zechariah Sitchin at NASA talking to whomever the officials are at NASA that they got to build a gold dome to put over the earth, or they're going to have the same problems that York's people had on the planet Risk. Stupidity. And then that contradicts where he says, quote, they had a roots of the Bible and the Quran. This is one of their updates. He says, so they had one Jewish man named Zechariah Sitchin mistranslate and create books called the Earth Chronicles to misguide the public and create doubt. Now, which is it? Is he translating it for NASA, for the Amorites to build gold just like they had on Risk, or is Zechariah Sitchin mistranslating the tablets and causing doubt? It's so sad, man.
I see a pickle man, but I don't see a Bat Boy.
I don't know if there's a Bat Boy. I know it's a pickle man because I don't even remember if I did a Bat Boy thing.
I definitely see the pickle man.
Got calm. Wake up, Nuwaubian.
I did that. I was doing that in a room. I just like lowered my voice. Wake up, Nuwaubian. That was fun.
The music.
Pickle Man. Oh yeah, here comes another one. This is a character that Malachi York placed in his publications and tried to convince his followers that he was real. So whenever you come across a Nuwaubian who says he has right knowledge, ask him this question: do you believe in Pickle Man? And if so, the evidence to support his existence. For more information, go to Nuwaubianism.com.
Yeah, it was right to the point.
And somebody in the bottom said sweet pickle or dill pickle. I thought that
oh man. Hey, man,
when I first saw that video, I watched that video over and over and over. And I totally forgot about Pickle Man because I remember he believed in the Predator and the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah.
But you know, peep out Pickle Man. Like he got on speedos, like with a utility belt.
So what? So what?
What's that right there, Tanu?
When are they gonna drink it?
That's the Pink Panther doll they found in York House in Athens, with the tail put on the front as a penis with all that porn and lubricant that he had the children in there watching and stuff like that.
Wow.
Oh, what about this one?
That's the Pink Panther doll.
Yeah. That was
talking about that. That's the first time I seen it.
Yeah, the notorious Pink Panther doll. That thing goes all the way back to Brooklyn.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's how long he had. He had that a long time.
Oh, he was traveling with that.
Mm-hmm. And that ironically, that placed him at the scene of a couple of the molestations when they were asking the victims at the trial. When they pulled it out of this trunk, it's a real tall thing. He was taller than the prosecutor. He was a little prosecutor. He was a little short dude. And they identified it and referenced it in certain places where they saw it. And Tarek was one of the ones who was was at the trial where they asked him the questions regarding it. So I asked the question, well, the Wapians, why? You know. So this is, I mean, literally we can go for days, if not months, talking about every aspect of the Wapianism, and I'm just scratching the surface. There's so much stuff. I mean, wait till I get this Man of Miracles book back up. Because one of the sisters who helped work on it, or one of the sisters who was there when he was about to re-release it, she gave me some good information on it, and I'm going to post that soon. Yeah, the whole Hindu thing. And I think it's ironic that he disparaged the people of India or Hindu faith, yet he was using elements from it. I mean, now they just taking it all. They're using the fake Nawapic language, the Conlang Nawapic language. And the fonts of it is made similar to Hindu script, Sanskrit.
Yeah.
I mean, there we go again. And I thought it was really funny. Now, on the surface, I mean, yeah, you can keep the language in Wapic if you want. I mean, you know, it's something different. It's a nice little thing. But it's no different than Klingon language. You know, you go to, I'm serious. If you go to, there's a book called 100 Man-Made Languages, you know, recent man-made languages. And, you know, one of them is Klingon language. I mean, it has vowels, it has verbs, nouns, conjugations. They speak it. I was at the website, I joined it, and I was going over and said, wow, this is pretty extensive. This is a whole, you have a complete conversation in Klingon language, people who are Trekkies. That's ain't no different than the Wapic script and language. But I always ask the Wapians, if the Wapic is so ancient like y'all claim, then cite one text that uses the script font that you have that mentions it. Name a text that has the Wapic as the script. A text that talks about something in any part of the world. Because I've been dealing with a certified PhD nubiologist. So he can't run that game on anybody that I know of, because I can take the primary source and compare it to anything that they bring. And so far they haven't. But, you know, we already put up a question for them on the Nawapic language. So, you know, that's another one they've deducted. So there's more to come. And I'm just doing my part to try to, you know, help people, or in some cases deprogram them if they're willing to listen, by just showing the inconsistencies of what it is that you're taught. You know, I mean, it's self-explanatory. At some point, it's just simple overkill. you cannot be a person who absorbs facts and say you're about truth and the evidence on, and then you following that stuff. You'd be a fool.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand. I was there too. I know the mentality. I know it. I defended him when he first when he went to jail. I was one of the first going in all the different chat groups and AOL, America Online, and trying to battle people. You know, it was a losing battle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I think I'm gonna put an end to it right now. For me, I got so much other stuff I need to do right now.
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely about to call it. I think we did good. I thought we was gonna have some other people who wanted to step up, but like Marty said, they.
Yeah, I don't know how that ended up happening. You know, I don't know what was said, or you know what I mean. It might not have been nothing that was said, but you know, it is what it is. I don't know if all the information y'all put out tonight would have been able to come out anyway in a debate forum. You know what I'm saying? Because we would have had to give them enough time to try to come up with something, you know?
Yeah, I mean, listen, like I was saying, like I was saying earlier, you know, I do this for a living. I love doing it, and I will keep doing it because it's fun. It's like a hobby, you know. With all of the work that I do, you can put my son through college and doing all the other stuff that I do, you know, this is like a little side thing, you know, and it's helping people. I mean, I got all kinds of texts and emails and people who, you know, what they may have read or watched, it helps. So it's working, and I feel good that even just one person is being elevated for something that, you know, I experienced, that I'm trying to prevent them from, or at least giving them a chance to have a balance where you can listen to them and then you can look at some of the stuff that York says and look at the lack of evidence to support. And it's helping, and that's what I feel good about. So that's my contribution, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I do. But as far as, you know, debating and all this other stuff, sure, I love a good debate. But, you know, the sad part about it is, I mean, the guys don't know anything about what debate is. They think that debating is yelling back and forth and then jumping from topic to topic without any kind of context. You know, putting up, because you can't answer a question, you throw a red herring or straw man argument, misrepresent something that someone said, and then try to argue something that's been misrepresented to look like you won an argument. It makes no sense. You know, look at it. This is one dumb statement I heard guys say. He said, well, if you can't, he didn't prove that it did exist, you can't prove that it didn't. I mean, that shows that's the extent of their concept and methodology on debate. You know, you can't prove it didn't, you can't prove it did. Yeah.
Brother Reggie asked a question in the chat room. He said, why wasn't the Pink Panther doll checked for DNA?
Because the Pink Panther doll goes all the way back to Brooklyn, and by the time that they had it in custody, it was about almost 13 years later. And a lot of that stuff had been washed over the years, like pillows and blankets, and some things were thrown out. But the Pink Panther doll, because it's been around so long, they did keep it clean. And so it was washed long, many times ago.
Man, that shit crazy, man.
Mm-hmm. See, this is the stuff that y'all need to ask Prince when y'all get him back on Sarnetta, Brother Reggie. Make sure y'all pull from that, because that's the thing that need to be done. Y'all got to stop letting these people that's perpetrating commit fraud, because that's what it is. They frauds, and I keep repeating it over and over, that I'm not gonna, you know, take that part of y'all journalism serious until y'all ask the right questions. And you got to be
hold on a second. I'm looking at a question. Is a brother named Calvin McDougal was there any DNA at all? Well, no, because number one, the case, when it went to trial, it was addressing issues that took place back in the early 1990s, and the trial took place in 2004 when he was arrested in 2002. So there was no DNA to be gathered because of the time had elapsed on collecting the DNA. As a matter of fact, DNA wasn't even an issue that was even brought up at the trial on something pertaining to this, because they realized that you need to gather that kind of semen samples, vaginal secretions, or any other sperm or have you within a period of time where it could be collected. But you're talking about events that took place in the 90s, and then it didn't go to trial until the 2000s. So the only DNA issue that did come up was paternity establishment, because Habiba Washington, when she gave birth to her son, rest in peace, when she gave birth, she was a minor when she got pregnant and a minor when she gave birth. So they established paternity as York being the father. And then there were another sister who was a minor who had a baby at 14, who also testified against him.
Mm-hmm.
No, he wasn't around. Prince wasn't nowhere around. He was just a baby. He was a little baby. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I understand, he's his father, and you can't. I don't necessarily fault Prince for defending his father, because he loves his father. I'm sure, that's his father. Okay, I can't take that. But there comes a time when you just have to deal with the facts and the reality of what it is, because there are other York children that I know, that I talk to, who they may love their father, but they accept the fact that he had a mental issue, and he was a serial sexual predator, and he was a sex addict. You cannot have 105 or 101, 2, 3, or 4, or 5 children and not be a sex addict. Hell, in 1996 he had 13. He fathered 13 kids in that 1 year. His first 2 children were born in the same year, July and August of 1964, and his last child was born in 2001. So all that nonsense about hereditary angioedema slowing down your sexual appetite didn't work on him. But then again, Krill was supposed to have cured that anyway. So that's a non-starter there.
Yeah. Now they trying to raise 50 grand, and out of that 50 grand, they say they need $16,000 for Doc's medicine. And we done showed on 2 different occasions where York said he was healed. Now he's sick. Then he healed again. So it's just a whole bunch of mess. So
yeah,
it's plenty of contradictions.
Yeah, it's pretty contradictions. I mean, that's just a little bit of what I wanted to establish in my premise, was that the doctrine is the doctrine is full of contradictions and inconsistencies. And the hard part about it that they can't deal with is they just don't have any evidence to support it. I mean, they may appeal to authority, like they'll say that, well, there's a PhD professor who agrees with some of what York is saying. Well, that's fine, but his PhD is not in any specific field addressing something that York says. You could be a PhD professor in say chemistry, and if York is talking about something in say aeronautics, PhD, that's just appealing to authority. It's not going to work.
Mm-hmm. What is this? Okay, here goes something right here.
That's right, Reggie. He didn't really know his father, and that's the same. And I'm gonna say this. I don't mean to, but I'm talking to Reggie. You're right. Because Prince didn't know his father, even and I screenshot it where he said that when he growing up, he didn't have anybody to look up to, so he became his own role model. You know, so that's his way of saying when he's typing out these little tweets and things, he's already crying out that, you know, he was starving for some kind of you know, fatherly nurturing. And unfortunately, York didn't give his kids any fatherly love. You know, they just wanted him to be a father. You know, by the time he may have come to his senses and realized with all the children that he had, he couldn't be a father because, you know, he is where he is now. You know, and just like he says himself, you are where you are supposed to be. Those are his words. You are in control of your emotions and everything around you. You are where you are supposed to be.
That's what he said. Can y'all see that?
See what?
No, let me see.
I want to address something Reggie said in the room. He said,
I knew you seen that.
Had Prince not spoke, the show wouldn't have been done today. Now, here's the thing. Before I even knew about a Prince York, I've been speaking about Dr. Port. And we all have, in some shape, form, or fashion, been addressing this. So, it's would the show been done? I think it would have been done even if whatever with Prince, because what we were addressed on by these scumbags who didn't come on the show to debate us actually had nothing to do with Prince.
No.
So it would have happened.
Oh, we was gonna do it regardless. But you see what I put up there?
Yo, where it says my father left me over $8 million? No.
Yeah, this one he came when he came around the group in our group line, like I was telling everybody before, saying all this crazy stuff and talking about York renting out Disney World for $300 million.
$300 million.
That's what he said. I'm like,
that's heavy.
Mind.
Yeah, let me say this real quick in regards to this money thing. Look, Prince's grandfather, I forgot his daggone name, but he passed away some years ago because of a botched medical issue. The hospital, they were sued, and then there was some monies that was collected. Okay, Prince may have gotten some of that money, but it's not anything that Malachi York left, because York couldn't even take care of his other kids. York was a classic deadbeat dad. He wasn't paying child support, and they had to try to squeeze child support out of him. You know, one time the sister Sakina in New York, she was paying child support for York to one of the victims.
Okay, all right. Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah, I see it.
All right, so this is some of the stuff that the begging they was doing. I think it was last year. They was doing all these GoFundMes and stuff. They setting up this fake crap talking about they won. And I'm like, how the hell y'all won if he's still in jail? This the type of crap that they put out. They start putting this everywhere, just sending it everywhere. They made this fake newspaper digital talking about Partner Bob won his case in Liberia. I'm like, he locked up in America. What the hell is you talking about?
No, he didn't win any kind of case in Liberia. That's a lie.
That was another lie. And so this is them when they start all this GoFundMe. He had $10 over here. Everybody can see that?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody can see it. This is another one.
For all the naysayers, backbiter wannabes who said Partner Bab lied about being a Liberian citizen and accused him of being guilty of the false charges. Yeah.
I'm saying, but y'all can see the GoFundMes?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, this is how they making money, because they realize the Nuwaubians are stupid.
This is all of that they was doing last year. That was in 2015.
Yeah, look at this. Look at all this money. They're collecting money for, and where's it going?
Look at that.
And everybody's taking advantage of the Nuwaubians. That just shows they're just so gullible. I mean, I don't know if it's being gullible or just stupid.
It's both.
But after reading, if you look at some of the stuff that was being pointed out tonight, and they believe in this stuff and they still with it, they deserve whatever they get coming to them.
Mm-hmm. They was raising money crazy for the temple.
Look at that. The Massey Tribe Land Fund.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Family Relocation Fund.
Yeah. This is sad.
Wow.
But if Dr. Reggie's still in the house, because I ain't looking at the chat, I hope that he pulled from this show tonight some real good questions when they talk to him, because he gonna have to show up on screen. He can't hide forever. He can't hide. We already, like we told everybody before, he put hands on that little boy, and they trying to reverse it and make it sound like he got beat when he went over to Cali to his dad and them side. And I said, that's not how the story went. And Prince was telling a damn lie when they was asking him on the Whopping Assassin show about the abuse allegation. He all other time he talking fast and loud. Now he talking all smooth and quiet. That has nothing to do with Prince York. That's nothing to do with me. That's on his mother and father side. I can't really talk about it. And that's how I knew. I said, yeah, look how he sound. And when you involved in a case, you damn right you can't talk about it. But here, look at this right here. Y'all see it?
Yep.
You see that Dr. Reggie's in the room? He's still in the room?
Yeah, he's still there.
Okay, I just want you to see this, Dr. Reggie. This is the type of liar y'all have around y'all in the House of Consciousness. And I called Disney World myself, and they said no one has ever rented out Disney World because number one, it would take too much money to pay everybody not to, to still keep it going. You have to pay all the workers. You can't rent Disney World out by itself. It's impossible. But this is the stupid stuff he was telling us in 2015. And then when the Nawapi assassin, a fellow Nawapi questioned him about did he really, his father spent $300 million, he had to come correct and said, no, he got his story mixed up. But now you got the story mixed up. But when you was telling us, you telling us like you was there, like you remember that. And these are the lies that he tells all the time. That's why I kept calling Prince York the liar. I ain't got nothing else to say. This is the stuff he does. We got him on record.
Yeah.
All they do is beg for money. It's so bad they even put the Bank of America slip in there with details. It's all about money. That's all it is. It's sad, but that's what York raised. He raised a whole bunch of people that want to get bread because when he was out, they couldn't get no money.
Yeah.
So
nobody was getting any of it.
Nobody got no bread. So now that he's gone, a lot of those people who put in their time is justifying robbing the people because of what he did. He kept sucking up all the bread. So what can you do? Well, I mean, we know what's going on.
Yeah.
But I think we done beat this horse up under the ground. I think they done learned their lesson tonight. After this, and they dismantle and listen to the show and really look at it.
Yeah, they're gonna whine and cry about it, and huff and puff.
Mm-hmm.
Do puffing stuff.
Well, what I liked about it is y'all didn't have to bring out anything really about the court case.
No,
all of this really was about doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't need it. Listen, when I first started doing this, I wasn't even dealing with that court stuff. I only dealt with that because they started attacking me. I was like, okay, you attack me, I'm going after your man more. So, the doctrine thing is what I was focused on, and they was having fits about that.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I mean, listen, we just, like I said, we just scratched the surface. We need to get into some more stuff. I had so much stuff I wanted to cover, but for the sake of time, we won't be able to go into all of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, in a back and forth exchange, if you stand on them guys, man, they fade out. They can't keep going, especially the ones nowadays. They can't keep up the pace because we got too many facts to go counter to what York taught and could prove it, back it up. Got the documents, we got the sources, got the primary sources, got the archaeological references. What they have? Nothing. York. That's it. That's like saying the Bible is true. Why? Because it says so in the Bible.
Yeah, I think it's I mean, I think the information stands for itself. I mean, I think the one guy said he's gonna do I guess it's supposed to be a rebuttal. He got scheduled for tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Rebuttal. They love that word because York used the word rebuttal. Bilal Phillips wrote that book and put York on display, which is stuff he was saying. Much of it was true as far as the living conditions in the community, true. And then he offered a rebuttal. And that book drove York crazy, made him leave Islam. And sure, they feel free because I'm gonna look at their rebuttals, and if I find anything that is that needs to be addressed, I'll put it up on the website. Hey, we do a live stream because we're gonna start doing little streams to address specific things within the doctrine to help reach people on another level, just to clear up the lies that these people are putting out.
Make sure you be letting me know, that way I can direct some traffic over there and help promote it.
Absolutely,
and stuff.
Absolutely. And the difference between what we do and what they do, I'm not looking for any money. I'm not looking for attention. I'm not looking for any of the praise. I just do this because it's something I experienced, something I went through, and I'm just sharing it with other people. And I'm trying to keep them, or at least give them a sense of balance where they can look at something and compare it and before jumping head first into this stuff. I don't monetize my channels. I pay for the website. I put the time in to do the research, gather this and gather that. So people help me, give me some things, but I don't charge. I'm not looking for none of it. I could have charged for NewapiaNism.com and made some money. And what am I gonna do? Get paid off of the information about the victims? They've suffered enough. I do it for them because I care. They don't, but I do, and that's why I do what I do.
Hey, Tarnoon, you don't got no screenshots of Dr. or Malachi? I don't even know what to call him.
Dwight. Call him Dwight.
Remember his granddaughter was on there talking the other day, where she basically was saying that Prince was crazy and he was a liar.
Oh yeah.
Her and Chuck was going back. Nah, it's his.
Talking about the granddaughter.
The granddaughter, yeah, because her and Chuck was having
that Chuck in your group. I'm in your group. Where exactly is it? I remember her.
Oh, it's in there. You just gotta look at it. I can't tell you where it is. Matter of fact, here, let me find it and I'll bump it up, and then I guess you can.
All right, because I'm in your group now. I remember. Yeah, let me try. Yeah, bump it up, Chuck, so I can find it.
All right, give me 1 second. Yes, look, they already know that.
He's been a liar.
But who does that? Like, how do you call somebody out to a debate if you don't show up, and then you want to have the fucking audacity to have a rebuttal?
Well, he was.
That's like saying, "Yo, I want to fight
round one tonight, Malik."
And I'm calling you out the fight, and I don't show up for the fight, and then the next day I'm talking about, well, this is what could have happened. This is what could have happened. No, like
you did it, Chuck.
Hold on, I'm going down now. I'm just checking it. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know how to do it, Malik. It's a Nuwapian thing, I guess. Okay. Oh, that's one. Because there's another. Because see, one of their brothers added some of their sisters into the group. I don't know. I guess he saw some of the commentaries, and he wanted to bring it to their attention, and that's why he added them without their permission. And so one of them has been in there. The one I think that went back and forth with me, she had been in there for about 3 years. And then all of a sudden she sees the post I did with Ramesses, and then she, you know, I guess she took exception to it. Where is this coming from? How did I get in this group? You've been here for a while.
Mm-hmm.
It was the other one who was like, how did I get in this group? You know.
I don't know how to pronounce her first name. I remember it though. I just don't.
Yeah, I mean, she means well, and it was respectful to an extent. So it didn't get to like, you know, that's not my style. I ain't gonna argue with a sister, and you know, not like that. I don't do like Nuwaubians, you cursing a girl out and calling all kinds of, you know, this and that. That's some kind of, I don't know, that's some York stuff. But I don't do. That's not my style. Mm-hmm. So I kept it respectful. You know, call her sister, yes, sister. You know, she said, "Will you take this down?" Yes, sister, I'll take it down.
Is it Kaya York?
I think that's her name.
Yeah, I think
that's York's oldest son's daughter.
Okay, this March 17th. Well, that's when she first said something.
I think that's the one. Yeah. Oh no, not her.
No, I ain't her, because her name is York hyphen something. Like
it's called with an I, right?
I mean, so many of them. I don't forgot.
Here she
there she is. There she go. I see her now.
Yamani.
Her.
Yeah. She's nice. She's a good sister. She's good. You know, she just her issue was because, you know, unfortunately, you know, the group initially started off as a debate group, but because Nuwaubians didn't want to do any debating, they would just watch and make comments behind people's backs. You know, we changed the group to a discussion group where many of the other victims started joining the group, and they wanted to get their point across. So I changed the name to the Nuwaubianism.com discussion group. And, you know, some of the things she saw, because you have people who may have, you know, they have a disdain for York, and they'll express it in the ways that they see beneficial to them. So they may use certain words, whatever. And what I try to do is I try to delete, you know, rumors, things that you don't have any evidence to, because I try to keep it fair. So there was something that someone posted, a picture of Ramesses, which wasn't a picture of Ramesses, it was a picture of some rapper or something. And I guess she took offense to it. And then she asked me, you know, what is this group about, blah, blah, blah. And I told her what I do. And then she said, well, like this picture and this comment is just factual, blah, blah. And it wasn't. So I deleted it because she asked me to delete it. You know, to be fair, I did. So like I said, it wasn't a conflict. It was respectful to an extent. I could see I could tell she was a little irritated, but you know, that's to be expected. You know?
Can y'all see it? Because I got it on there.
Yeah, you had dropped out.
Okay, I need to come back and share it again.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, hold on. I thought it was there. Hold on.
So, you know, I'm just the Facebook group is just an extension of the website where people that may have read something on the site, they can confront me or something that they may disagree with or say, oh, you're wrong here. And they still don't do that. Because I would think that if you have your computer and you have your access to your documentation, you can go toe to toe with me there, and then you can have all your sources provided to refute. But they don't do that. You know, these guys want to get me out there and take my name because it may draw some attention, and then build their YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
How about now?
Let me see.
Yeah, I see it.
Now I don't know what them brothers was trying to prove by not showing up. I mean, like the one brother has stayed on the line the one day trying to listen. I mean, y'all got so much information that what the people got today isn't even 1/4 of all the information that y'all got. You know what I mean? So
not even.
I mean,
not even half.
They could come over here, or they could go wherever they want to do and debate, and y'all could do 5 hours and not even touch on the shit y'all talked about tonight. You see what I'm saying? Like it's too much.
I mean, if we were doing a debate, I know how to handle myself, and I mean, there's nothing they can come with. I'm so confident because I've been doing this stuff for so long. I done went up against so many, and not just them. I'm just saying for my years of debating, I know what to look for. I know the games. I know the tactics. I know the sideline, the diversions. I know the little trickery because I taught a lot of these Nuwaubians, so I know all the games. And you know, I would love it, but you know, dude messed up. You call me out. I take the challenge. We go to the weigh-in. We get ready to set it up. We get it promoted, and then you punk out. And then you're gonna get mad because now there's a big following, and you want to jump in now? No, it don't work like that. And you even said he admitted himself. I'm just trying to get viewers. I mean, I respect the brother Asaru now in Ether. I respect him because his thing was, I don't need the viewers. I want to defend it, you know, against, quote, the slanderers, which is, I understand his position on that. And I was like, cool. You know, I asked him about it, you know, and then he got kind of tongue-tied in regards to this whole cult thing because he called me a slander because I called you a cult. Then I show you where York says you're a cult. Is York slandering y'all because he called you a cult? You know? But that's another story. But the other dude, his whole thing is he's trying to get paid. That's why he wants to get on Sarnetta because I'm trying to get paid. You get on Sarnetta, you go global.
Not really. He don't have what it takes to continue to get paid. You know.
He's not built for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, he don't have that flair.
I mean, after what he said about Sister Sci-Fi, I was like, dang, dude, this is Nuwaubu. See, I'm going to take that what he was saying about her, all the profanity that he did, all that foul stuff he said about her. I'm gonna put it in a video, and I'm just going to title, "This is Wu Nuwaubu," because he's now the spokesperson for Wu Nuwaubu. He's the Nuwaubian assassin, and this is how he regards the sisters, the females in the organization. If he doesn't like something that they say, he says she better keep her mouth shut, and calling all kinds of bees and hoes and all kinds of stuff. I mean, you know, that's something that the people need to know. This is Wu Nuwaubu.
I respect Asaru Ether 9 over Nuwaubian assassin for what you said, Chuck. I agree with that. But it's like, how y'all gonna come on here and y'all basically pick the topics?
Yeah. Pick the topics. I gave him that. I said, okay, all right, fine. Okay. We can pick listen, my thing was you can go toe to toe. Just go ahead. But let's address an issue and a topic and make sure that we present the evidence and let the people take it from there. Exhaust it and then move on. You know, all that cursing and backbiting and name. I don't need that. That's not my style. I don't need to be cursing anybody out. I'm not mad at anybody. I just go with the facts.
Yeah, he cussed me out under his video he put up earlier.
Oh, there you go again. You know, fell out again. But yeah, I guess they're gonna do their little banging Monday. You know, that's cool, and I'm gonna continue doing what I do. You know, I mean, I understand because I have this thing where I like to battle, but I can't be distracted too many times because they had a tendency to try to distract you to keep you off of what it is that you're doing. You know, that's another diversionary tactic. And, you know, if I think that they're worthy to engage a dialogue in, then I may entertain them. But at this point, that guy, after he had his chance and he was getting ready to go and get in the ring, and then he pulled a bitch move, no.
But they all had the chance.
Well, I mean, true, but I'm just saying this guy actually said, I'm calling you out. And you know, it didn't work. I guess he lost his courage.
Yeah, and don't forget, he wanted to have backup to debate you. What did he say? Something about he needs some other Nuwaubians to come together.
Oh yeah, he put a call out to everybody to try to take Chuck down. I know. Look, I can look at his eyes. I can look at him. He ain't got that kind of courage. He's a nice guy. I've known him over the years. You know, he's a funny dude. You know, real humorous. You know, he's a fun guy. But you know, over the years, I guess being in this cult, and you just become so dogmatic, and you don't see much going on in life. You know, you just devote yourself to the ideology, and that's what you get. You know, sad, but you know that's what happens when you're in a religious cult. Well, I have people here that I need to entertain.
All right. Well, we can close out, man. I think I'm gonna clean up this mess y'all done left on my floor over here.
Yeah, man. My apologies. Get these bodies. Hey,
get these bodies up out of here.
Yeah. No. Get them pigs that Zosa and Embos have put together and eat.
Yeah, they eat all the trash up.
Yeah, get all the Nuwaubian carcasses off the floor.
Yeah, just tell them the transport Zosa's pigs over there through the Starship Nigger Prize. Pigs will eat everything up off the floor.
Oh, but they're gonna hate you in the morning, boy.
Hey, that's what we did to do.
Right, man. They should have been here, man. They could have, you know.
It could have been it would have been epic. but they punked out. Oh man, they're a laughing stock at this point, man. Yeah, we put it. Let's get the nail, and I get the hammer, and we can go ahead and seal this thing up.
And I'll just burn it when y'all through. I'm gonna just
burn it.
Burn it like you do a zombie. Don't burn it like you do the thing. In the damn North Pole over there, you just burn it. Don't leave nothing there. Fire. But yeah, I appreciate everybody that came through, man. True peace to Tariq. True peace to Ampu for coming through. True peace to the best. True peace to Armada. True peace to Chuck. The champion, aka the Nuwaubian killer.
I'm just a brother that's trying to help. That's all.
Yeah, but they scared though, man. You showed them why you was the Nuwaubian killer.
I don't know why and then he talking about he want to debate Chuck by himself. Just him and Chuck. That you picking the wrong one.
He just showed that he was just all talk. He was all talk. Like he was gonna do something, and
he know he messed up. I think he realized.
Two piece to Malik. My bad. Yeah, go ahead.
He was probably just figuring that he's looked at wow, there's a lot of people. Damn. Can we debate now?
Yeah, it's too late. After this show gonna do crazy numbers. Not only is it gonna do crazy numbers, it's gonna deal with parts of the doctrine that a lot of people who in it didn't know about. Mm-hmm. And those who didn't know. And this is what, Brother Reggie and them supposed to do. And in the black media, all of them, y'all need to be really fact-checking, not just fact-checking these groups, but y'all need to be looking at the moral meter that these groups believe in. Like in certain Hebrews believe in messing with young girls, and another group don't. But this group here believe in, doing sexual rituals and stuff like that. I mean, this is in their doctrine. I made sure I was very clear that this is what they're into. And they're not even honest enough to tell people that they're into that. So y'all have a serious cancer in the conscious community. And like the brother was telling Sarnetta, you got to stop. If you sit here if Sarnetta going to bomb on Bambaataa, then you damn well are supposed to be not letting the Nuwaubians on your platform that's doing all this stuff, because that's a contradiction and it makes him look one-sided and biased, which he was being biased with Prince York, and he was being biased with Polite when dudes were calling in exposing Polite. Sarnetta would take Polite's side just because that was his boy. But when you're dealing in this type of situation, right have to always be your choice, right versus wrong. and go wherever the facts take you. And that's the core of anybody, of journalism, or just being a person that's into facts or evidence, experience, and reasoning. That's what you got to do. Good journalism is always being able to never lose your way between the situation. You know right from right, or you know what to look for. And so I don't hate Prince. I hate the negative things that he did and being a part of a cult. So like I said, it's unfortunate, but the truth got to be told. The black media got to not be afraid to get on somebody just because they black. Like somebody said before, they giving out black cards because a person is black. That's bad. That's not good. Just because a person black, you're going to give them the benefit of the doubt. When it's facts there to prove that, we don't need that. We need to definitely expose this nasty cult and get it up out of here. And it's going to happen. Don't worry. It ain't over yet.
Well, I just want my little bit of information that I'm putting up there to be out there for all time, where people can at least look at it and it's documented and it can be passed on, you know, even when I'm gone. Even though I ain't going nowhere a long time from now, but still.
Right.
I just want to put it out there.
So with that, I'm out, man. I'm tired as hell. I didn't want trying to go this damn long, but
yeah, I'm going to the beach.
yeah, it's still light over there. Where you at, right?
No, it's dark now. But
okay.
Yeah, I'm going by the shore.
All
right, y'all.
Appreciate everybody coming through.
I appreciate you, brother Amadi. I do appreciate everything you've done.
No doubt. We'll link up.
Oh yeah.
All right. Peace.
True peace.
All right, brother. Bye-bye.
True peace.